at the max of fusion, but I think my journey of using it will kind of stop here, saving it for the rare occasion where a shotgun is needed, and the only occasion I can think of is Ortiz. By itself, the AK Plasma is not a fast shooting weapon, and the slowness can really take down the damage rate, kill per second, quite a lot, and it can be remedied by the fire rate mods, and thus you will see the similar build ideology like Envoy, etc. As I said, new meta has formed, new meta you're getting. Oh well, Kana Prime Hilt, I strike gold. So let's look at the build. By now it should be very familiar for all. Here's the build. It only took me 2 formas. Point blank for the raw damage, Ravage for critical damage, Hunter Munition for all the builds for the slash plus viral damage, and this is a strong one, so you got to have it. Cold with a higher status, boosting the status to 81%. If you use 2 or 3, you could get higher, but I find that the combination does not work as well. The 2 galvanized mods, equivalent to what we had for status chance and chamber for multi-shot. Real momentum, this is Vile acceleration shotgun version, and critical deceleration, this is equivalent to the critical delay in rifle. So yeah, this is a complete replicate of what the rifle has, and as I call it, new meta. Without the Frail momentum, the output rate, the fire rate is really low and is practically not usable. So you got to have this at least to make the gun snappy to shoot at will instead of waiting for the next shot to be ready. And I'm not even talking about reload time, I'm talking about one shot to another, the fire rate. You don't really need a Silas here. There's 80 ammo if you have a Prime Merciless. By now, I'm expecting everyone should have one. If you don't have one yet, grind for one, because these are the essential for all the builds moving forward. Can't run away from it. Big loss of damage number here if you don't use it. Nothing much else to see here. If you want, you can also replace with a prime charged shell, but you would get radiation out of this. And to be frank, I don't prefer radiation because of the lack of faction damage incentive for it. So viral it is, and this is a toxin based AK Plasma, so I only need to add coal to it. Toxin, coal. I filled in like 3 to 4, now sitting at 40+%, and I don't intend to grind further. Doesn't show here anymore. I don't think it mattered that much. So yeah, that's that. I've also gotten myself a Livia, which is a dual hand Nikana. This is yet another one that I will build and not using it any further. Not because of the damage number, but because of the clunkiness of the stuns. And here's the build. Again, you will see a repeat of build meta. The range builds, the range mods, Blood Rush, Condition Overload, Weeping Wounds. These 3 basically doesn't run away. You get it on all the builds. You need that, unless you are talking about builds like a knife. I'm leaving this one at its lower rank because you want the slash to proc more easily. Slash is more deadlier than viral or the bleed proc. You could even go 1 rank lower, which is the unranked version, like this. Further pushing down to give a higher chance for slash to proc, and when slash procs, this will be a very high number. The rants on Livia or the other planet melee weapon is that the hollow key is a pain in the butt to grind. I lost count to the number of missions of the Void Storm missions I need to go through. But all in all, the grind was painful, and it doesn't guarantee any rewards. Be coated some 30-something%, but you could be wasting your time grinding it again and again. And for Veil Proxima, you will get 6 hollow key. For the remaining lower ranking missions like this, you will get less. Was it 3 or 4? In the dev workshop, they promised to bump it up to 10, but they did not promise to remove the RNG out of the holo key rewards. So this is gonna be a long and painful process to gather the required number of holo keys. That's 40 per weapon. The choice of weapon gets rotated every week, or was it every week? And you can get that from parent sequence from Ergo Glass. So Ergo Glass would bring in 4 every time 4. Is this for a week or not? I don't know. I didn't bother to check, and the reason I didn't bother to check is that holo key is so hard to get. There's no point of getting the one that you wanted, but you can't get it unless you go through the hard grind and beg for mercy from RNGs. So Machete, no one bothers. The 2 famous ones are Livia and Grigori for the Siege type of weapon, playing that god of that. I would say for now, don't bother investing into Livia. If you have the holo key already, invest into something else, probably this one or the Siege, because they carry a better stance. The Livia simply doesn't have a good enough stun to support the gameplay. It's clunky, it locks the direction of the movement. No matter how impressive the damage number is, it wouldn't help the gameplay, and it is clunky. It's just clunky. So come back time to time to check to see if it's worth your time to farm or grind for the holo keys. I wouldn't bother to make a tutorial on holo key grinding now because they promise to fix it, and we will see how far things can get fixed down the road. Let's look at gameplay. I'll just use the defense mission to demonstrate mechanism. Another rant I have is the sister Spectre for on-call. They are really bad in AI implementation. That's worse than the Kuva Lich's AI. I don't know why they apply a different AI to it, but it's not doing much, as you can see. Where are they? Let me show you the rapier. So with the extended range, the good thing is now you see your range, how far it reaches. Back. The initial ramp is painful, and it locks into directions of where you initiated. That's a very bad stun. I mean, the dual hand Ikana is not new here, so why are we not having a better stance for it? Let me put it to solo and try that again in a quick one survival mission. Low ramp, and immediately I'm dead. So this is after ramp up. The damage number is not bad, though I've seen better. This is already maxed out combo count. I'm seeing some orange crits, 6 digits. But the stuns need to hold it up and then chop, and it's a frontal chop instead of a swing across. Makes it so slow in picking down a group of enemies charging towards you. And the price to pay is that you get down because of that, like how I was down just now. And I would highly recommend to use a spring-loaded mod to extend its range. In fact, to extend any viable melee weapons range. You need all the range that you can get for a fast ramping up of the combo count. With Gloom turned on, I can still keep up, but if I turn it off, I saw 6-digit number 200k over there. And the lack of fluidness means that I may stuck in the toxin pool, and that is very dangerous. I'm dead. Right, so you need Gloom here just to stay alive. And I prefer my melee weapon to be able to self-sustain instead of relying on a particular build or meta or ability. Don't get it wrong, the orange proc is not from the melee, it's from the Panzer. So having a Panzer does make the kill that much easier. 6-digit number. This is not killing fast enough. Common is here. So let's look at the Aka plus more. Sister version, Tenet version. 6-digit, 200k. Aka Plasmo is still somewhat a AoE weapon. It's just that it doesn't go by a very wide cone or range. So let's extract. It is not bad, but it's not my kind of AoE weapon. So if you like the Aka Plasmo line of series of variants, you can consider that. But it will be at the back of my weapon list for the nature of it. It's nothing bad indeed by itself, but it's not the type that I like. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. If you find this helpful, please like, share and subscribe to support the channel. I'll see you in the next one. Operation Plague Star has once again landed on Warframe together with Nidus Prime in hotfix 30.7.3, and it will last for now left some 18 days. Some call it a good grind fest to farm for forma rebuilt ones. The others like it for the plague weapon parts, mainly melee parts with innate viral damage to deal that additional damage. But due to the recent new updates through the years, people no longer care about these weapons that much than before. Exodia Contagion was also a good thing. Used to be able to nuke the room. Now I think it can still do it. It's just that the gameplay was not straightforward, and I do not see that it's commonly used in day-to-day missions. There's a new weapon called Gold Saw. The blueprint itself is 4,000 standing. It takes four other parts to build. So altogether 20k standing that you need to gather all these weapons. I didn't have this before, but I believe this is the stance for this new weapon. And yes, that's another 3,000. Each mission, when you use the fully built Viruses and the infested catalyst, you can get about 3 to 4k standing. So all this you can gather from Naka. The infested catalyst, you need to get it from your clan dojo after research. The good news is every time you build, whether for the Viruses or catalyst, that is a set of 5 you need per build. And if your teammates are doing their part, each person can contribute 1, then you can actually do 5 missions. But if you are doing public mission like me, don't be surprised that there are people who either not aware or did not build or was too stingy to contribute, and they simply won't bring or don't have. Then you may have it all in on your own cost. The good thing is that the cost to build is not that high. These are considered normal items anyway. If you are playing missions, has been doing healthy grindings organically, you may already have that in your inventory. So your reward is from Naka. To start the mission, you look for Konzu. Go into bounties. Don't click on infestation. He will keep repeating his long story. No point. Go to bounties. Plague Star. If you don't find it on top, scroll down to the bottom. Okay, launch your Plague Star. I don't like hosting. I would rather be the second or the client side, because host may be able to save you some time by doing it on their own first before you even join. And the moment you join, stage 1 is almost done or already done. I think it's almost done or not. Yeah, it's almost done. They are already. You can see that the icons show that they are already down there. So there's one stage saved, right? There are other tricks to save more time. 2 commonly used metaframe in this mission is a speed nova with long range, or a teleporting Loki to teleport the drone in stage 3. We'll get to that later, and I reckon this is our Loki friend that know what he's doing. Okay, there we go. We have the mixer. Stage 1 you find the canister. Stage 2 you start the mixer, do a mobile defense, and this is a time you contribute your catalyst and Viruses. Just call out your gear wheel. So yeah, make sure you equip both before you start your mission. Otherwise you won't be able to do your contribution. And looks like we are missing one guy from contributing. I'll just use my Gloom here. So those are the 2 common frame, Loki and Speed Nova, if you want to speed things up. And believe me, it helps quite a lot. It's okay. I don't plan to grind further. I can contribute more just to show you the full experience of a public match. I'm using a Gloom build Wukong. I would say just bring any frame or weapons that you like, provided they can help you to survive and deal damage if needed. By now, many has already been through many rounds of this Plague Star. If you have a veteran in the team and they know what to do, and if they don't know what to do, there's nothing much to lose other than spending more time, and you can still get it done. So no worry, just relax and enjoy the game. So during the mixing, there's a countdown timer on the top left corner. wait for it to be done. This is just like your typical mobile defense mission. You would get the typical gladiator mod rewards or hunter mods rewards. Now to the third stage of escorting the drone. There the drone is there, and you can see our Loki is doing his Loki thing, teleporting the drone to avoid the wait. In some previous mission, it was 1 kilometer away and it took a few minutes just to wait for it to slowly fly through the terrain and reaching the infested boil. So lucky for this mission, it was close. And not only that it's close, we have a Loki who teleport the drone over. So now what we do here is to wait for the spawn. I wouldn't go too close because the gloom effect will slow down the hemocyte, and it may slow down the run because of the animation and lockdown to the invulnerability state. Right, so I'll stay away and just shoot away. There the spawn happened. If you have a speed nova here, this is the time you use your speed nova to speed up the walkout. First round is easiest at the 25%. This is 45, level 45. Towards the last 99%-ish, that's level 75. It's not unkillable, it just takes a slightly more time because player now are getting used to enemies of 100 over levels thanks to Steel Path. Other than launcher, I've seen suggestions of using a gunblade like a Redeemer, Kappa. Really doesn't matter what you use because weapons are fairly strong these days. You don't even need to cast any meta frame build like Ember last time to kill the hemocyte. It's actually Lepantis. They just give it a different name in a different location as if it's a different thing. No doubt this one is easier to kill. High fire rate weapon helps. I'm waiting for the head to come down so that they can shoot and aim for the mouth. Then I'm heading away. There we have another one spawn. AoE certainly help. Fire rate also help. That's your level 99 and this is done. 2004 standing. I'll do some vacuum on the side and then we'll head back to the tower hitters. So all you need to do now is rinse and repeat. Enjoy your grinding, don't burn yourself out. So that's about it. If you find the content helpful or if you have any good suggestions, good tips for the other fellow players, please leave your comment below. Share to the world what you think is best for them. If you like it, like, share and subscribe to the channel to support us. Thanks again for watching. Take care. I'll see you in the next one. Summer is here. The sister of Pavel's update 30.5 will drop any days now. And DE finally released the workshop and details of the melee nerf last Friday. Let's see what are the mods that goes on the shit list of nerfing. 3 mods are getting the major nerf hammer. Among them, Berserker. Attack speed is reduced from 75% to 20%. Stackable up to 2x only. Next we have Condition Overloads. Condition Overloads is getting melee damage reduction from 120% to 80%, and the biggest hit is on the limits of 3 status type only, so called back to where it originally was. I don't get it, I really don't get it. Why do they need to break something to bring up something else? The entire glaive melee class is getting a big nerf, about 1/3 of reduction, going to all the damage number. So rest in peace, glaive users. Kuva Nuko, as the popular stat sticks that spray different damage and status proc, now is getting the nerf, whereby they are reducing the chaining from 4 down to 2. Not all are bad news. On the primary and secondary side, there are introductions of new mods and arcanes. First on the primary arcanes. On the primary arcanes, there are 2 types, rifle and shotguns. Each family got 3 types: Deadhead, Dexterity, and Merciless. To my liking, Merciless sound very much like the combo stacking. This sound like a game changer for me, while the other requires headshots, perfect for those who like hit scan weapons. Not my type, not my cup of tea. Dexterity
I'm not sure who would use it. One gun and one melee. Again, this is not my type of gameplay. It is the same for the secondary weapons, whereby Merciless, Deadhead and Dexterity are all there, stackable, up to 12x, more ammo, faster reload on kill. The introduction of Galvanized mod set. Here's the return of Argon Scope, good old Argon Scope on headshot kill. 40% increase, 5 stacks, 12 seconds. And then there's the status chance increase, multi-shot increase, stackable up to 4x. So I can see DE is going really careful with the stacking this time around. Maybe a bit too conservative. Only testing on the actual release, then we can tell whether this will benefit anyone. The new arcanes for primary and secondary, it will add a slot to it as shown in Rebecca's video. The cost per arcane is 15 steel essence each. I hope you guys have been stashing on the steel path missions. Otherwise, this is gonna be sad. It will take a lot of farming. If you have done your routine farming or grinding on the steel path daily, I have some 2000 each now, so farming is not required, hopefully. And kit guns will have 2 arcane slots, one for the packs, the other one for the new arcanes. In the same 30.5 update, DE is trying to revisit Parazon, trying to improve the Parazon, giving it a looser trigger of 40% health left on the enemy versus the 20 that is the current state. But I just don't get it. If you can bring the health down to 40%, why not continue squeeze your trigger and kill the enemy? Why Parazon? I don't think this will magically fix the use of Parazon. It may be more reliable, but I doubt if anyone would bother to use it. I for one, I don't think I would bother. It will only be attractive if the Parazon kills lands a truckload of damage, like a deadly finisher, but then the triggering condition is just not making sense. There are 5 new Parazon mods, one that help on ability strength gain of 50%, crowd control, and reviving a fallen sentinel or companion. Why bother? The firewall that reduces the 75 damage during hacking, if I'm to use it, why not just use the auto hacking, roll the dice, see if I get the immediate auto hack. So these are junk mods nonetheless. On the melee mod nerfs, Berserker is reducing from 75 max down to 70% and non-stackable with Prime Fury. It will also be renamed into Berserker Fury. The triggering condition has changed from critical proc becoming on melee kill. Since they didn't mention about quickening, I presume quickening can still be equipped together with Fury or Berserker. So I wonder what does it solve other than wasting a mod slot. Blood Rush with the rework will be less likely to proc red crits than before, or so they claim, with its percentage of critical chance stacking drop from 60 per stack down to 40 per stack. Condition overload as well, so this is a across the line nerf. Can't help but wondering, after the nerf, will there still be weapons viable to scale for high level enemies like level 9999, or are they trying to tell us long missions like this are not recommended? Not that I would do it, but I know folks who do it, and you can find a lot of evidence in the YouTube as well that people love long endurance game. So let's wait for the update 30.5 drops, Sisters of Powers, to see if all these are game breaking or game making. Please like and share and subscribe if you find this helpful. It helps support the channel. I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. The Sisters of Powers finally dropped, and I guess we have a lot to cover. The feeling is mixed because of the reworks. Are we the crop or are we the reaper?
So here we have a new helmet segment. I believe it's to extend the additional 5 new helmet ability. And the Wave Rider is the new quest for your rally. Boosters, Formas, Requiem Ultimatum. Requiem Ultimatum is to... Requiem Ultimatum is for you to summon the Lich or the Sisters of Powers. Well, this one will unlock the puzzle for you. And the Razorback Cypher is back while everyone is busy. Probably can be used as a testing ground for how bad or good the weapon has become. And there you are, the new quest. First thing first, let's check through the weaponry and see what have become. And yes, we do need an arcane adapter. I wonder how we get it. No arcane adapter for melee, as expected. My melee build with the last minute nerf on the... Yep, it's gone on the mod set. So as expected, things are not gonna be easy. Never gonna be easy. The Requiem mod out, the new mod, only drop for the person who are hunting the Lich, where the Lich has spawned. No one else in the squad will get it. The same go for the Requiem Ultimatum. Only the person with the Lich or Sister is down will get it, with 25% drop chance when you convert or vanquish. And it seems they have also changed the Valence Fusion mechanism to be more intuitive. Now, instead of using a base to decide which element you get to choose from the option when you do the fusing. This indeed is a quality of life improvement, but don't choose wrong, or you may regret yourself. I am still trying to look through and find where can I unlock the arcane adapter, or whether if I need to complete the new quest to get it. So there are also new armor set for the syndicates. Can't say I like it. And then there's the Riven Cypher to unlock your Riven challenge without doing the challenge. Go to Teshin. Oh, mine increased 3,600. I'll take one of this. There's only one anyway. Arcane adapter. Oh, you can build it as well. I believe this will drop in the steel path. Oh wow, you need to get one for each. Looks like it. You can't reuse. This is just like your Isilas adapter. Not good. There's a lot of farming to do. No wonder you can build. And well, the mods or the arcanes are not there for purchase. So you can get your galvanized mod set from the arbitration honors. It's easy to reach. Just go to your syndicate. Go to Arbiters of Isis. Visit the Arbiters of Isis. Use the button. And you will then spawn in one of the relay. Turn back. Go to the doorway. Here's your Arbiter of Isis and your galvanized mod set. I hope you have enough Vitus Essence to claim. That's 20 each. Luckily, the mods are reusable, so you only need to spend once. Not so lucky though, as you cannot get the arcanes here. You will still need to farm. Just buy one each. Let's go in and fix the gun. There's only one slot for arcane. I guess it's obvious which one should go in. Let's level up the galvanized chamber. Maxing out at 16. Some 30k endo. If you can, rank it up all the way max so that you don't need to come back and revisit your build all the time. As a good practice.
galvanized aptitude, another 30k endo, 80% status chance, plus 40% on Q, stack twice for 20 seconds, and is able to use together with your internal bleed and the galvanized chamber. It kind of make the build standard moving forward, meaning you would get the common build, the common set of mods on every rifle and secondary. Deja vu. This is just like your melee system that DE trying so hard to nerf. Galvanized diffusion, another multi-shot galvanized mod, another 30k. Galvanized shot, 80% status chance, another 30k. With Kuwa new course, static purpose being nerfed to the ground, now changed to 2%. I guess people may not favor this, but looking at the galvanized headshot, I recall one other weapon that has many things to do with the headshot. Good old Catch Moon. With the Pack Seeker, this thing may do wonder. This one is so over format, I don't know how to fit. I guess I need to use another format to test it out. But this one looks promising with the Pack Seeker, or I should say any kit gun with a Pack Seeker. Looks like the kit gun landscape is gonna change, not just for secondary, but the primary kit gun as well. And I wonder, will DE nerfs it? Let's head in games and see what the new mods can do. Gone is your melee Naramon. The sniper can use some galvanized mods, especially if you like to aim for the headshot, hit scan weapons. But I don't think it would benefit too much out of this new galvanized mod set because of the low kill rate. Of course, if you constantly camp at a place and kill, you can still do it. But if just occasionally make a shot, that won't help. Nothing is broken with the assaulted weapons so far. And because of its AoE nature, I think people are still fond of using melee rather than a shitty sniper. No matter how powerful the sniper is, it's still single kill. Come to think of it, remember to update your gun wielding, exalted gun wielding frames, as you have the new galvanized mod to put into, which I believe will make a huge difference. One is Mesa, the other one is your Titania. And nope, exalted secondary like regulators does not get the arcane treatment. There's no slot here, you can't upgrade. But you are able to equip your galvanized mods, which I believe very soon will become the new meta. Equip all three in the build, aim for the head, and you are done. Is that what you want, DE? How soon before we will see another nerf comes in to hit the galvanized mod sets, or even the gun arcanes? And the galvanized headshot is not available for regulator, it seems. Only for the normal versions of guns, not for exalted guns. Let's check how broken the galvanized mod can be in a Steel Path mission, Gloom Mesa. And it looks like the galvanized counter that you gain in pistol, nope, it won't stack into the rifle. But well, at least we try. What if a melee Mesa? Gloom Mesa, that is. In Steel Path, it definitely does not feel as strong, but is still killable without making any modification to my original build, with some reduced number of orange crit even.
despite I'm already at 12x combo. So that nerf hammer really hits hard. Orange crit, rarely. Wow. The melee system will be missed. I can usually 2-3 hits these enemies at 12x. I have not turned on my gloom on purpose to see if the frame can survive with just a melee in steel path. The answer is yes, but not a solid yes. I'd say barely. If you are doing endless run, I won't count on it. At least not with this current build. This is, by the way, a pure slash damage build. 3 shots and not dead. 4 shots. 5. Looks like the guns are still not strong enough. I'm not sure how would it look like with the melee. This is, after all, just a first impression. And with the stacking mechanism that is 2x, 3x, I seriously doubt that will this be able to extend the damage or scale the damage into endgame. Level 9000 maybe. Why don't you just die? Yep, it's confirmed. The arcane will drop from the acolyte. But it looks like you need to stay long mission if you need to farm them rapidly. As rapid as it can be. Not hard, just tedious. Not to mention you still need to level them up. You need quite a number of them. Take a look at my melee. I am still killing with Gloom on, with the help of my Panzer, dealing corrosive damage. Yep, waiting for you. Poor thing. Go home. Dexterity seems to be very common. One that nobody care. I don't care. I need the merciless. Come on. 9x, 10x. I would say the berserkers still are usable. It's just that it will take some time to proc on Q. But after it ramps, and if you are in a crowd like this, you are okay. That head. I don't want that head. I want merciful. Why are they making it so difficult? The Sisters of Pavos finally dropped, and I guess we have a lot to cover. The feeling is mixed because of the reworks. Are we the Crop or are we the Reaper? So here we have a new helmet segment. I believe it's to extend the additional 5 new helmet ability. And the Wave Rider is the new quest for your rally. Boosters, Formas, Requiem Ultimatum. Requiem Ultimatum is for you to summon the Lich or the Sisters of Powers, while this one will unlock the puzzle for you. And the Razorback Cypher is back while everyone is busy. Probably can be used as a testing ground for how bad or good the weapon has become. And there you are, the new quest. First thing first, let's check through the weaponry and see what have become. And yes, we do need an arcane adapter. I wonder how we get it. No arcane adapter for melee, as expected. My melee build with the last minute nerf on the mod set, yep, it's gone. So as expected, things are not gonna be easy. Never gonna be easy. The Requiem mod out, the new mod only dropped for the person who are hunting the Lich, where the Lich has spawned. No one else in the squad will get it. The same goes for the Requiem Ultimatum. Only the person with the Lich or Sister is down will get it, with 25% drop chance. when you convert or vanquish. And it seems they have also changed the valence fusion mechanism to be more intuitive. Now instead of using a base to decide which element you get to choose from the option when you do the fusing. This indeed is a quality of life improvement, but don't choose wrong or you may regret yourself. I am still trying to look through and find where can I unlock the arcane adapter, or whether if I need to complete the new quest to get it. So there are also new armor set for the syndicates. Can't say I like it. And then there's the Riven Cipher to unlock your Riven challenge without doing the challenge. Go to Tessin. Oh, mine increased 3600. I'll take one of this. There's only one anyway. Arcane adapter. Oh, you can build it as well. I believe this will drop in the steel path. Oh wow, you need to get one for each. Looks like it. You can't reuse. This is just like your Isilas adapter. Not good. There's a lot of farming to do. No wonder you can build. And well, the mods or the arcanes are not there for purchase. So you can get your galvanized mod set from the arbitration honors. It's easy to reach. Just go to your syndicate. Go to Arbiters of Isis. Visit the Arbiters of Isis. Use the button. And you will then spawn in one of the relay. Turn back. Go to the doorway. Here's your Arbiter of Isis and your galvanized mod set. I hope you have enough Vitus Essence to claim. That's 20 each. Luckily, the mods are reusable, so you only need to spend once. Not so lucky though, as you cannot get the arcanes here. You will still need to farm. Just buy one each. Let's go in and fix the gun. There's only one slot for arcane. I guess it's obvious which one should go in. Let's level up the galvanized chamber. Maxing out at 16, some 30k endo. If you can, rank it up all the way max so that you don't need to come back and revisit your build all the time. As a good practice. Galvanized aptitude, another 30k endo. 80% status chance plus 40% on kill, stacked twice for 20 seconds, and is able to use together with your internal bleed and the galvanized chamber. It kind of make the build standard moving forward, meaning you would get the common build, the common set of mods on every rifle and secondary. Deja vu. This is just like your melee system that DE trying so hard to nerf. Galvanized diffusion, another multi-shot galvanized mod, another 30k. Galvanized shot, 80% status chance, another 30k. With Kuva new cores, static purpose being nerfed to the ground, now changed to 2%. I guess people may not favor this, but looking at the galvanized headshot, I recall one other weapon that has many things to do with the headshot. Good old Catch Moon. With the Pack Seeker, this thing may do wonder. This one is so over format, I don't know how to fit. I guess I need to use another format to test it out. But this one looks promising with the Pack Seeker, or I should say any kit gun with the Pack Seeker. Looks like the kit gun landscape is gonna change, not just for secondary, but the primary kit gun as well. And I wonder will DE nerfs it. Let's head in games and see what the new mods can do. Gone is your melee Naramon. The sniper can use some galvanized mods, especially if you like to aim for the headshots, hit scan weapons. But I don't think it would benefit too much out of this new galvanized mod set because of the low kill rate. Of course, if you constantly camp at a place and kill, you can still do it. But if just occasionally make a shot, that won't help. Nothing is broken with the exalted weapons so far. And because of its AoE nature, I think people are still fond of using melee rather than a shitty sniper. No matter how powerful the sniper is, it's still single kill. Come to think of it, remember to update your gun wielding, exalted gun wielding frames, as you have the new galvanized mod to put into, which I believe will make a huge difference. One is Mesa, the other one is your Titania. And nope, exalted secondary like regulators does not get the arcane treatment. There's no slot here, you can't upgrade. but you are able to equip your galvanized mods, which I believe very soon will become the new meta. Equip all 3 in the build, aim for the head, and you are done. Is that what you want, TE? How soon before we will see another nerf comes in to hit the galvanized mod sets, or even the gun arcanes? And the galvanized headshot is not available for regulator, it seems. Only for the normal versions of guns, not for exalted guns. Let's check how broken the galvanized mod can be in a steel path mission, Gloom Mesa. And it looks like the galvanized counter that you gain in pistol, nope, it won't stack into the rifle. But well, at least we try. What if a melee Mesa? Gloom Mesa, that is. In steel path, it definitely does not feel as strong, but is still killable without making any modification to my original build, with some reduced number of orange crit even. It's why I'm already at 12x combo. So that nerf hammer really hits hard. Orange crit rarely. Wow, the melee system will be missed. I can usually 2-3 hit these enemies at 12x. I have not turned on my Gloom on purpose to see if the frame can survive with just the melee in steel path. The answer is yes, but not a solid yes. I'd say barely. If you are doing endless run, I won't count on it. At least not with this current build. This is, by the way, a pure slash damage build. 3 shots and not dead. 4 shots. 5. Looks like the guns are still not strong enough. I'm not sure how would it look like with the melee. This is, after all, just a first impression. And with the stacking mechanism that is 2x, 3x, I seriously doubt that will this be able to extend the damage or scale the damage into endgame level 9000 maybe. Why don't you just die? Yep, it's confirmed. The arcane will drop from the acolyte, but it looks like you need to stay long mission if you need to farm them rapidly, as rapid as it can be. Not hard, just tedious. Not to mention you still need to level them up. You need quite a number of them. Take a look at my melee. I am still killing with Gloom on with the help of my Panzer, dealing corrosive damage. Yup, waiting for you. Poor thing. Go home. Dexterity seems to be very common. One that nobody care. I don't care. I need the merciless. Come on. 9x, 10x. I would say the berserkers still are usable. It's just that it will take some time to proc on kill. But after it ramps, and if you are in a crowd like this, you're okay. That head. I don't want that head. I want merciful. Why are they making it so difficult? The Sisters of Powers finally dropped. And I guess we have a lot to cover. The feeling is mixed because of the reworks. Are we the crop or are we the reaper? So here we have a new helmet segment. I believe it's to extend the additional 5 new helmet ability. And the Wave Rider is the new quest for your rally. Boosters, Formas, Requiem Ultimatum. Requiem Ultimatum is to... Oh, Requiem Ultimatum is for you to summon the Lich or the Sisters of Powers. While this one will unlock the puzzle for you. And the Razorback Cypher is back while everyone is busy. Probably can be used as a testing ground for how bad or good the weapon has become. And there you are, the new quest. First thing first, let's check through the weaponry and see what have become. And yes, we do need an arcane adapter. I wonder how we get it. No arcane adapter for melee, as expected. My melee build with the last minute nerf on the... Yep, it's gone on the mod set. So as expected, things are not gonna be easy. Never gonna be easy. The Requiem mod out, the new mod only drop for the person who are hunting the Lich, where the Lich has spawned. No one else in the squad will get it. The same go for the Requiem Ultimatum. Only the person with the Lich or sister is down will get it, with 25% drop chance when you convert or vanquish. And it seems they have also changed the Valence Fusion mechanism to be more intuitive. Now, instead of using a base to decide which element you get to choose from the option when you do the fusing. This indeed is a quality of life improvement, but don't choose wrong, or you may regret yourself. I am still trying to look through and find where can I unlock the arcane adapter, or whether if I need to complete the new quest to get it. So there are also new armor set for the syndicates. Can't say I like it. And then there's the Riven Cipher to unlock your Riven challenge without doing the challenge. Go to Teshin. Oh, mine increased 3,600. I'll take one of this. There's only one anyway. Arcane Adapter. Oh, you can build it as well. I believe this will drop in the seal path. Oh wow, you need to get one for each. Looks like it. You can't reuse. This is just like your Isilas adapter. Not good. There's a lot of farming to do. No wonder you can build. And well, the mods or the arcanes are not there for purchase. So you can get your Galvanize mod set from the Arbitration Honors. It's easy to reach. Just go to your syndicate. Go to Arbiters of Isis. Visit the Arbiters of Isis. Use the button. And you will then spawn in one of the relay. Turn back. Go to the doorway. Here's your Arbiter of Isis and your Galvanized mod set. I hope you have enough Vitus Essence to claim. That's 20 each. Luckily, the mods are reusable, so you only need to spend once. Not so lucky though, as you cannot get the arcanes here. You will still need to farm. Just buy one each. Let's go in and fix the gun. There's only one slot for arcane. I guess it's obvious which one should go in. Let's level up the galvanized chamber. Maxing out at 16. Some 30k endo. If you can, rank it up all the way max so that you don't need to come back and revisit your build all the time. That's a good practice. Galvanized aptitude. Another 30k endo. 80% status chance plus 40% on kill, stacked twice for 20 seconds, and is able to use together with your internal bleed and the galvanized chamber. It kind of make the build standard moving forward, meaning you would get the common build, the common set of mods on every rifle and secondary. Deja vu. This is just like your melee system that DE trying so hard to nerf. Galvanized diffusion. Another multi-shot galvanized mod. Another 30k. Galvanized shot. 80% status chance. Another 30k. With Kuva new course, static purpose being nerfed to the ground, now chained to 2%. I guess people may not favor this, but looking at the galvanized headshot, I recall one other weapon that has many things to do with the headshot. Good old Cash Moon with the Pack Seeker. This thing may do wonder. This one is so over format, I don't know how to fit. I guess I need to use another format to test it out. But this one looks promising with a pack seeker, or I should say any kit gun with a pack seeker. Looks like the kit gun landscape is gonna change, not just for secondary, but the primary kit gun as well. And I wonder, will DE nerfs it? Let's head in games and see what the new mods can do. Gone is your melee Naramon. The sniper can use some galvanized mods, especially if you like to aim for the headshot, hit scan weapons. But I don't think it would benefit too much out of this new galvanized mod set because of the low kill rate. Of course, if you constantly camp at a place and kill, you can still do it. But if just occasionally make a shot, that won't help. Nothing is broken with the assaulted weapons so far. And because of its AoE nature, I think people are still fond of using melee rather than a shitty sniper. No matter how powerful the sniper is, it's still single kill. Come to think of it, remember to update your gun wielding, exalted gun wielding frames, as you have the new galvanized mod to put into, which I believe will make a huge difference. One is Mesa, the other one is your Titania. And nope, exalted secondary like regulators does not get the arcane treatment. There's no slot here, you can't upgrade. But you are able to equip your galvanized mods, which I believe very soon will become the new meta. Equip all three in the build, aim for the head, and you are done. Is that what you want, DE? How soon before we will see another nerf comes in to hit the galvanized mod sets, or even the gun arcanes? And the galvanized headshot is not available for regulator, it seems. Only for the normal versions of guns, not for exalted guns. Let's check how broken the galvanized mod can be in a stealth path mission, Gloom Mesa. And it looks like the galvanized counter that you gain in pistol, nope, it won't stack into the rifle. But well, at least we try. What if a melee Mesa? Gloom Mesa, that is. In Steel Path, it definitely does not feel as strong, but is still killable without making any modification to my original build, with some reduced number of orange crit even. Despite I'm already at 12x combo, so that nerf hammer really hits hard. Orange crit rarely. Wow, the melee system will be missed. I can usually 2-3 hit these enemies at 12x. I have not turned on my Gloom on purpose to see if the frame can survive with just the melee in Steel Path. The answer is yes, but not a solid yes. I'd say barely. If you are doing endless run, I won't count on it. At least not with this current build. This is, by the way, a pure slash damage build. 3 shots and not dead. 4 shots. 5. Looks like the guns are still not strong enough. I'm not sure how would it look like with the melee. This is, after all, just a first impression. And with the stacking mechanism that is 2x, 3x, I seriously doubt that will this be able to extend the damage or scale the damage into endgame. Level 9000 maybe. Why don't you just die?
Yep, it's confirmed. The arcane will drop from the acolyte. But it looks like you need to stay long mission if you need to farm them rapidly. As rapid as it can be. Not hard, just tedious. Not to mention you still need to level them up. You need quite a number of them. Take a look at my melee. I am still killing with Gloom on with the help of my Panzer, dealing corrosive damage. Yup, waiting for you. Poor thing. Go home. Dexterity seems to be very common. One that nobody care. I don't care. I need the merciless. Come on. 9x, 10x. I would say the berserkers still are usable. It's just that it will take some time to proc on Q. But after it ramps, and if you are in a crowd like this, you are okay. That head. I don't want that head. I want merciful. Why are they making it so difficult? Hi, welcome. This is my attempt to create a series of videos for beginners focusing on how to make your life easy, min-maxing the quality of life instead of the damage of weapons. I have been using a controller throughout my time of playing Warframe as my main control. I hardly use keyboard except on those occasions where mapping the key to controller is not feasible because of the limited number of keys or options made available to the player in the UI. I think the step that makes most sense is to show you some of my options that I think are very important to new players as a starter so that they don't get miserable in their course of playing Warframe as a beginner. If like me you are using a controller, I would highly recommend to enable vibration and aim assist. Toggle sprint is important, at least for me, unless you don't mind holding down your left shift key all the way, or the left stick. Here I have an Xbox One controller. My personal preference is Xbox controller. I have a PS4 controller which I can't say I hate it, I just don't like the inconvenience that I can't swap the battery when the battery dies. Xbox controller doesn't have that problem. Let me show you how I map my controller keys. In order to cast the ability 1, 2, 3, 4 fast, I map them to the D-pad 1, 2, 3, and 4. I have also remapped the menu key into hotkey 5. In this case, the hotkey 5 is actually my arc wing. This was done during the open world missions grindings, and I find it very useful to launch whenever you need to move from one place to another. Other than that, the rest are pretty much stock. Of course, in doing this mapping, you lost the ability to map your waypoint keys, and I have that on my keyboard as G, but you can put it whichever key you like. I did not change the ability menu. If you have good way of mapping it, do let me know in the comment section below. I believe it would benefit all other players. What I hate is that the keys are fairly limited in options, especially when it comes to the railjack scenario. While we can't do much about it, it's good to know that these keys can help you navigate through the gameplay of railjack easier. The downward keypad is actually a casting of power number 1, and this left-right key allows you to cycle it. The toggling of the railjack camera is a wastage of key mapping. I can't imagine who would need to use it. Holding down the right button, you can call out the Omni or tactical menu in railjack, and it's funny that it doesn't get mapped together under railjack.
couldn't find it at first. Blink is still mapped to the jump key, at least that's what the program is showing as of 30.2, because left button and right button are pretty much bound to the bang right and bang left. Enough of controller. Let me show you some other very important settings that you may find useful in your gameplay. If like me, you record videos and upload, you may want to enable the creator mode so that it would hide your email in the login screen to reduce the risk of getting hacked. I'm playing from Asia region, and it's my old habit to set the matchmaking ping limit to no limit. But if you want to say launch your railjack mission using your own railjack, you can work around this with a shorter ping time, 100 or 100 plus, and then later on in mid-game toggle it back to unlimited. Rumor has it PC type would also affect how the game matching works, but if you are on a good broadband network, you don't need to worry about all this. Legacy color palettes is a thing that you want to disable, because when you disable this, you would find a more saturated set of colors as your display as well as on your Warframe. Forget to mention one point. On the control, if you have just started the game, I would highly recommend you to pull the control sensitivity, aim sensitivity all the way to the right as max if you want to do swift change of directions and aiming. This holds true not just for Warframe. It's a good learning that one can practice when moving from one game to another, to always use the max sensitivity so that you can make your turn faster, and this would help if you are in a PvP situation. I have tuned down my trigger threshold to a shorter period just so that it's more sensitive with my presses, and I don't need to hold down the trigger key all the time, which is a stress relief to my right index finger if using weapons like Ignis that require constant press and spraying. If you want to know what is the ping of your matching, it will show your ping against the host in this area, and if you are the host, it won't show the ping, but your frame rate and latency will be shown here instead. And ping time is a good indication of how well is your connection to the host player. If you see ping time more than 200-300, likely you have problem opening doorways from time to time. Having a long ping time is not always bad. At least the enemies can't aim you if you are a beginner trying to survive in tough gameplays. But if you want smooth experience, then you may want to abort the mission and try another host or hosting it yourself. Again, on this regards, your ping time limit matters. Don't set to no limit if you are particular to the response time against the host. Another important point here is the field of view. If you want to be able to view more of your surrounding, do pull this to the max of 90 degrees. At least this is what I like. But if you help you to see the left and right surrounding better, including detecting enemies that are approaching, do yourself a favor, turn off the screen shake. An easy way of showing this is like when you are in Lua, the moon, tile sets, when there are crumbling buildings, your camera will shake like crazy and you can't even view your way properly. This will help you to regain your sense of directions, have better aims, so by all means turn it off for your own good. The rest of these are subject to how old or powerful your graphic card is. I personally would turn off the depth of field, the motion blur, the bloom, just so that you can get a clean and clear view of your battlefield. Color correction, in contrast to its name, is actually a pain in the butt. If you are using Loki or Valkyr, having this on will change the base tint of your entire screen, and I find it eye-scorching. So turn this off to avoid unnecessary screencasts of colors during your gameplay, which is very annoying. Here's another important quality of life option on the Mandakot volume. This is specific to your Octavia or Octavia Prime. If you don't want to get bored by your own music over and over again, do consider to turn this down or mute it by setting it to 0. And this is another option for your allies Mandakot. Turn it to 0 because you don't really need to listen to what others are playing and that will be usually quite annoying to hear a song that you may not like repeatedly during your mission. Radio chatter refers to Nora's nagging. Turn it off if you are like me, finding it very annoying. I would choose to turn this all on, including mark your pets, show the damage number to know how well or how bad you are doing, show playlist, which is this area to your right, to tell whether your squad are healthy, their level of health, their level of energy. Ability thoughts are your summons of either twins or your allies, so turn it on to tell where they are. This also holds true for Railjack's on-call crew. Show the teammate's name, show enemy's name so that you know who or what you are shooting, so that when you are doing the scanning, you know exactly what are you scanning. Personally, I prefer the overlay map, which is in this area, a big chunk, and if it's a huge map, huge tile set, you have it all over the screen. The good thing is if you turn your view with mouse or your right analog stick, you can usually detect where the other of your squad mates are. Sometimes if they are not moving, then you know they are AFK. Only the overlay map gives you that big coverage. The other closest option is to press and hold M on your keyboard to show the overview of your map, at least in open world like Fortuna or Eidolon or even Deimos. You do have the option to set the fading level of the map so that it doesn't disrupt your view, your aim during gameplay. Personally, I think 10 to 15 is fine. Anything below 10 is too blurred to see. I run my game in 4K, so I bump up some of the HUD scale to some 185%. On the display, I use window mode because I have an extended screen that sometimes I play videos or movies on the other screen. In Windows mode, if I have my menu turned on, I can easily move my mouse over without needing to touch any of the, say, escape key and control the other extended screen. That's the only advantage I get. But if you want optimal performance, do have it on full screen. So that's all for my menu, my option and settings. Feel free to share in the comment section below if you have something better, something more efficient. And let me know what you want to see in the next video. I can probably talk about the controllers that I use. I have a few variants of Xbox controller. Probably a review will be good. I may also talk about some of the Warframe economy, how to build or how to find good builds on the internet, how to trade, how to survive in-game, what meta frame to use for what type of mission, or maybe walking through my list of builds and arsenal. Why are they built so? All of these builds have a purpose. Of course, the purpose change through time, through the new update and needs of the gameplay. Until next time, thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. I don't like the gameplay of this mission at all, not a bit. You can run, you can sprint, you can even bullet jump or aim glide, but then your water gun won't have that much of distance to cover, so no use. You still need to go close combat with them. The damage is bad. You need at least 4 shots or more to take down an enemy. That is when it's pumped. When it's not pumped, you need even more. To refill, you only need to walk through these fountains and instant refill to 100. You lost the overlay map once you are shot down and respawn. It will turn into the mini-map. So bouncing around is a good way of staying alive if you are surrounded by enemies. Wouldn't help your aim though. And you can't pump mid-air. Or can you? Yes, you can. Why do I feel like they have better gun than I do? Or at least better aim? Shooting from the back is a good way to kill because the water gun will stun them. Keep bouncing around if you see that your health is going low. Frontal encounter will mostly end up dead. Another one stunned and died. So on mission 4, you get average of some 50 pearls per mission, and I have earned enough of my stats. Let's go in and look at the rewards. Fast travel to Naka, the kid who sells masks, beach toys, and here are your rewards. I haven't claimed not even one reward from here, so you can see a lot of those rewards are already something that you own. So if I hide those what I have already owned, the only one worth looking at is this one, the ephemera, the color palette of beach, which is mostly yellow plus some blue or green, light green, and then the rifle skin presumably will go on all the weapons, and you can keep it all year round. The scene though is quite, I would say, overpriced, 700. The other toys, the proof toys that are overpriced are like these, which I don't think is worth the time unless you are a collector. And there is this weapon specific ripcast mod to increase damage by 90% and status chance by 60 when attacking a prone enemy. These are junks, so take what you need, and you don't need to look back for the entire 14 days until the Sisters of Pravos drop. Another 54. I finally can afford this useless junk. If you like the video, please like, share and subscribe. It helps to support the channel. Leave your comment below if you have anything you want to see or know, or if you know some tips of not dying so frequently in those boring missions. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Take care.
接下来就轮到可丽了，对吧？对，那边的机关就交给你了。好。可丽知道了。可丽，怎么了吗？可丽担心这里面真是嘟嘟大魔王，该怎么办？万一嘟嘟大魔王不认同可丽成为嘟嘟可的家人，或者万一可丽输给了他，那嘟嘟可就不能陪着可丽了，妈妈也会很难过。嘟嘟可是妈妈送给可丽的重要朋友，然后就不敢按了。终于骑士姐姐，能不能请你来帮我按呢？为什么呀？
是啊，可丽，我们大家都在这里陪着你。
人多势众，说的就是这种场面吧？
不论是什么样的敌人，只要有我们在，就不用害怕。
正好，我也想见识一下这座岛上的敌人有多强。
去吧，我在这里。
大家不要说这种话呀，万一嘟嘟大魔王只是请可丽去他家友好商谈呢？又或者，对，说不定他已经承认了可丽。他会承认可丽吗？
为什么不会呢？可丽非常认真，做得很好。
真的吗？那可丽要上了，按钮，按。
这是……等等，我都糊涂了，这是什么？
整座岛简直像是藏在能量罩底下的巨大礼物箱。
那里好像有什么东西哦，不去看看吗？
要看。
邪恶的红色女孩，你终于来了！我等得太久太久，实在是好无聊啊！你胆敢面对我，都督一族的统治者，都督大魔王，勇气可嘉。勇气虽然值得敬佩，但现在已经没有意义了，因为因为都督大魔王就是我，你的妈妈爱丽丝哦。
妈妈，爱丽丝是那个写提瓦特游览指南的人。
可莉，还有陪同可莉一起前来海岛的各位，你们好啊！如何？这片海岛好玩吗？夏天的阳光和海滩，应该是个不错的假日吧？不用找了，我不在你们身旁。面前这台正在说话的机器是我发明的爱丽丝留声机，用于传递妈妈的爱啊。
哦，这可真是……
哎呀，不会吓到大家了吧？抱歉抱歉，我家可莉喜欢玩各式各样的小玩具，作为母亲的我自然要支持了。
这些玩具一点都不小。
妈，
不能见面很可惜，但我会从远方留意着你们的一举一动，像过去那样守望着各位。
竟然是爱丽丝女士，我大意了。
也许各位会为这一切感到奇怪，为什么一个离家千里的母亲要大费周章地建造这样一座水上乐园呢？叮叮，没错，我也亲自去过那座岛，对岛上古老的遗迹和特殊的地形很是喜爱。为了让大家都享受到这份快乐，才做了这些安排。
可莉的妈妈也是个非常自由的人呢。
是不是有人在说我坏话呀？
没有啊，他是在监听吗？
不需要这么麻烦。
什么意思啊？
可莉的母亲爱丽丝是一位极其神秘又近乎万能的魔女，千万别太惊讶，她就是这样的人。
你们一定在想，那些信是怎么回事？那些船又是怎么回事？还有那些浮标、能量罩。其实我也觉得有些大费周章了，但只有这样才能把各位请来这里，不是吗？那座岛本就很有故事，原住民、沉船、神秘机械，无数巧合汇聚在此。要是不做些布置，岂不是太浪费了？让我猜猜看，收到信的各位应该都在吧？凯亚先生、迪卢克先生、雷泽小朋友、秦小姐、芭芭拉小姐，然后是可靠又聪明的小阿贝多，以及神秘的旅行者和他的好伙伴泰蒙。你们都是受我邀请前来陪伴可莉的人，谢谢你们，让这孩子过了一个不错的夏天。岛上的一切都是我给你们的礼物，谢谢你们陪着他。不过，等你们听到这段录音，我应该已经在别处旅行了吧？旅行生活是如此匆忙又有趣。问问你们身旁那位旅行者就知道了。
爱丽丝女士是因为太忙无法陪伴可莉才做这些的吗？
不是啊，妈妈就是这样的。
各位，如果你此刻正在思考更深一层的用意，我必须得说，情况没有你想的那么复杂。我之所以中意蒙德这座城邦，是因为自由也正是我们母女的期望哦。我的愿望很简单，希望可莉怀抱着好奇心与善意长大，只要她想，她就能做任何事，去任何地方。
原来如此，确实是爱丽丝女士的风格。抱歉，是我误会了。
总觉得是好有性格的妈妈呢。妈妈是最好的妈妈哦。妈妈，这次我们抓鱼、开船、游泳，玩了很多很多东西，大家都超级好，对可莉非常温柔。下次你也一起来，我们再到这里玩。
母女俩都是自由自在的精灵啊。
夏天啊，说到夏天，我去那座岛时刚好也是夏天呢。坐在沙滩上， 倾听着海浪拂过脚背发出的细响，就想到了你。可莉，你是出生在夏天的孩子，是海与风送给妈妈的礼物。妈妈很感谢你的诞生，也想送点东西给你。于是妈妈在岛上做了些布置，把古老的遗迹改造成夏日游乐园，再用嘟嘟大魔王的名义请你过来。异世界传说里有过一座以金苹果为名的奇迹之岛，它有多种化名，承载着人们对美好幻梦的想象。妈妈喜欢那个故事，也希望你能享受到故事中的美好之事。所以妈妈送你碧蓝的海水，珍珠般白亮的细沙，不可思议的乐园，和那些爱你的人。
所以水晶才只有3块吗？花瓣般的浅红色，海浪般的浅蓝色，秋叶般的浅黄色。
或许在爱丽丝看来，这片群岛就是天然存在的第4块水晶吧。位于大海正中，被植被覆盖的绿宝石般璀璨的夏之水晶。
可莉，你和妈妈一样，是比普通人更长寿的种族。对我们而言，时间是一阵风，吹过便是结束。在如此漫长的生命里，父母不过是孩子人生的第1环。即使我们不愿分离，终有一日，你也会走上属于自己的路。可莉，妈妈会一直爱你。但除了妈妈，还有许多人围在你身旁，陪伴你的好友，教导你的老师，哪怕知道有蹊跷，也愿意为了你留在岛上的人们。夏天是属于大家的，无论生活如何变化，无论这一年发生多少事，夏天都不会消失，就像人们之间的爱一样。希望你从今以后，无论去往何处，都不要忘记，世界上有那么多爱你的人。啊，对了，在家也要听阿贝多哥哥的话，妈妈会定期回来看望你们。其实啊，我一有空就会偷偷回来探望可莉和大家。嘿嘿，谁都没有发现吧？
还是老样子啊，爱丽丝阿姨。
阿贝多这家伙，该不会从一开始就知道了吧？
时间差不多了，就先说到这里吧。对了，我做这些费了不少力气，你们一定要尽情的玩哦。那么各位，还有我的宝贝可莉，下次再见喽。
妈妈再见。嘿，大魔王就是妈妈，不知为什么可莉觉得好开心。不管是炸蒙德大门的妈妈，被关禁闭的妈妈，还是写奇怪的信给我的妈妈，可莉都好喜欢。不会，因为妈妈是最厉害的大魔女，无论在哪都陪着可莉，永远不会让可莉感到无聊。可莉最喜欢妈妈啦。荣誉骑士姐姐，你喜欢可莉吗？可莉也很爱你，你要陪着可莉在这里玩个够，否则妈妈会觉得很可惜哦。我还有很多蹦蹦炸弹，还有多多可以一起，我带你去游泳、炸鱼，跟可莉在一起就是开心。喂，快来呀！别让可莉久等了，我们也快过去吧。
The freaks players out when in the latest dev stream 155 they openly mention about nerfing the melee system while at the same time boosting gun damage, potentially introducing mechanisms such as blood rush to increase or to add the melee combo counter like mechanism for guns. There are speculations on potentially the nerf can happen on the Berserker, in other words the attack speed of melee, that DE has in a few occasions mentioned that attack speeds are too fast to a point that you don't see. But I'll tell you that in actual Japanese ninja movie, their swords are known to be fast to a point you can't see. Other than the speculation on Berserker, the attack speed, there's also mentioning of mechanisms such as Naramon's combo counter cooldown, that is the power spike, I sure hope they don't nerf the slash damage though. As usual, DE likes to nerf things to the ground, sucking away all the funds. We sure hope that they don't do this round. At least they can. The right thing to do with Sound Mind is, while upkeeping the melee damage, bring up the gun damage. It would be win-win and fun for the player. But of course, DE being DE, they would say that this would break the balance, you know, the same story through the years. And they may potentially break the melee system. Not exactly a problem because player base being player base, they will usually find the workaround, a different meta, a better meta in 2 weeks to 1 month time. The initial hit would just be on the farming of the Sisters of Powers, where you will be needing the weapon damage most. In the same live stream, DE has also mentioned about the new Kuva Lich weapons, the Tsar, as well as Hack. I'm particularly interested in the Tsar because I'm all into AoE weapons. There are other people who may like the shotgun or Hack-like, but not me. DE has a history of fearing AoE weapons, and I won't foresee this Tsar to be a very powerful one, but time will tell. They have also mentioned about the Sisters of Powers new system equivalent to the Kuva Lich system, whereby you can only spawn the sister beginning with Powers through the Granum Void. In human language, that means you need to start farming the Granum coins if you haven't been doing so. That would especially useful if you want to reroll some of the spawn of mission type or of that weapon type or damage type into your liking. Although the demo that Rebecca done on the dev stream does indicate that you don't need to have the toughest of the coins, it would still be good if you have already collected some of them to get you kickstarted instead of wasting time into farming the Granum coins. And this time around, instead of the trolls, there will be the hounds for you to fight mini boss like in order to acquire the new recruit mods. And coming to this point, I wonder if that is a good time to bring the Gloom Mesa to save the day, to bring down the mini boss quick. And to add to the pain, DE will resort to Railjack mission towards the end when you want to wrap it up by killing or converting. In this sense, you will need to do it in the Railjack mission. I guess they know how unpopular the Granum system or the Railjack is, and now they are forcing player into playing it. They mentioned as well the rank 10 elite crew member that will also drop in the same Sisters of Powers. The elite crew members will have special threats. It can be per the damage type of the weapon companies, or it can be also special abilities like casting a shield when you recover or revive your squad mates. However, there's no mentioning of better AIs on these elite crewmates, so if they are stupid, they will be as stupid as your normal crewmates. You can get them from Taker. I guess you would also then farm the standing for Takers. They share about Yoreli, the new Warframe. Overall, in the internet, you can tell that people are unimpressed with Yoreli, but again, this may be too early to tell because DE still have time to tweak or boost her up as needed. But seriously, I'm not expecting much from this frame. What do you think? Feel free to leave your comment below if you like the frame or might even think that is cute. On the melee damage, I would say the current system is good enough. The DE probably nerf it because of the constant red crits, and I don't really find red crits is required because in many cases I don't run with the gladiator mod sets, which is another suspected nerf that they would land on. I myself run the Cronen Prime without the gladiator mod set, and can still get orange crits, and that is quite sufficient in the realm of skill path missions, provided you ram the combo counter up to 12x. I hope they don't nerf all this mechanism and sending everyone back into drawing boards. But as usual, in a few weeks' time, player will defeat that. The meta will continue. Life will goes on. Are you excited in waiting for the new Sister of Powers drop? Or are you feeling sad, anxious with the potential nerf hammer that is gonna hit the game? Share your thoughts in the comment section below. Thanks for watching. Please like, share and subscribe if you find the content helpful. It will help support the channel. I'll see you in the next one. Take care. I have a bunch of Riven challenge with headshot from 75 meters or some even 7 consecutive headshots, and I'm glad that DE has taken it down by 1 notch with the difficulty that they reduce the range from 100 to 75 meter. So how do we do that? You need a sniper for the kill, and I also found that some of those Riven mods with this headshots requirement is on the shotguns. Somebody tell me how to do headshot with shotguns. Well, it is not undoable. You need an invisible arcwing. That is your Isao, and the only thing left that you can do is go invisible, shoot them in the head in front of them. But because it's a shotgun, it kind of spray in a cone manner, you may lose your count easily. So I would say this requirement is somewhat broken. It's not like it's not doable, it's just that it's broken. It shouldn't be there. Make things very hard. I've done a video on the 5 unalerted task ballistas. That one is easy if you know where to look for. But then again, the plane of Eidolon DE have changed some of the design, and I'm not sure if that is still applicable. So we may be finding out that today. And again, this thing is on a shotgun, so that is gonna be a bit of a pain. Of course, if you don't want to do all this, you can do your steel path missions, earn the unveil cipher, and you can still get through this or get over this in a less painful manner. So let's try another round. It seems that I have a lot of melee Rivens that has this headshot requirements. Again, 9 consecutive. It makes things a lot easier if it's night time at the plains of Eidolon. Daytime, I think they would see you quite easily, and when they see you, I mean, when I say they, that's the enemies. When they see you, they get panicked, they move around. It's easier for you to miss your shot. So let's try. Yep, all I left is melee and the shotgun, which doesn't make sense. I don't want to waste my time. A lot of other better things to do than grinding on this level of difficulties. Well, just now I did the night time, and this is the daytime. Let's see how easily I can get detected. So if it's a night time, you just fly through and look at your mini map or the overlay map. In this case, I prefer overlay map. The moment you fly through, you see them, you go invisible in your Isao. Then look at the range. If it's close enough or far away enough, then you're good. Just take your shot on a static enemy. The keyword here being static. If they are moving, you would miss your shot and it won't be a consecutive one. And there's bugs that it doesn't fall. So I don't know. But as long as it counts, I'm happy. Takes a while to reflect. So now in your radar, if you don't see any enemies anymore, then just move. The moment you detect, go in and scan. This is not far enough, then go up a bit, do it again. So again, the rule of thumb is it's easier to aim top down, meaning you go over their heads, shoot from above, rather than in the same eye level or same height level, which is gonna make things that much harder given the obstacles of the tiles, constructions, trees. Your radar actually gives you a very good indication of where they are facing and whether they are alert. If they are alert, if you look at the overlay map, if they're alert, the triangle is going to be a fully filled triangle or arrow. And if they're not alert, what happened? If they're not alert, it will just be a triangle with an outline. Things like this happen, so I don't know. Ask DE on the bug. Right? So that's there. You don't necessarily need to go to a big station like this, although it's easier for you to look for enemies. Again, you want them unalert, so make sure you sneak in and go invisible as early as possible. Possible, do slot in a preparation mod in your Warframe slot, which gives you a head start on the energy bar being full, and you can stay invisible longer. So just fly through. If you can't spot them easily, don't waste time. It's easier to just find another spot. 100 something, I am being too far. In a range of 80, you're good. So again, look for enemies that are standing. You can tell from the arrow, if they are not moving, then the arrow will stay still. These guys are moving, you would waste your consecutive shots if you miss them, or if they suddenly jerk around and change their directions. So I wouldn't recommend taking the shot. This guy says he's standing, you can take that. At some point when they walk, they would stand still. So when that happens, if you happen to have aim, take the shot. Now, this is the scenario I said. They suddenly turn, and then if you take the shot, you would miss the shot. So you can follow the one guy and then pray that he will stop, and then you take the shot. And if you, like me, having a Rubico Prime, then you use a 5x. Is easier by that one bit. I don't know which gun has the best range or zoom range. Probably some Riven may help, but then hey, you are unlocking a Riven, so Riven I guess won't help here. But this guy has standstill, take the shot. They panic, they run, so you don't shoot at this time. So if you have blow your cover, then just move on. You don't need to stay here. There's plenty of enemies on the map. Zip through, like sprint through in your flight, so that you don't get detected. Now they're alerted. See the map, see the triangle. They saw me. If the requirement says undetected, then you have blew the chance. Then again, there's a cooldown period. Just wait for the cooldown period. Don't forcefully take the shot. Guys are walking, so it doesn't help me. That is how you do it. Thankfully, they have reduced the range. Otherwise, I would say it's painful to aim at 100 meters. The heads are so tiny, and you could easily miss. If you know a better gun or another sniper rifle that gives a better zoom range, leave your comment below. It helps others, I'm sure. Okay, that's one selector. Let's do more. I have plenty. It's painful. The mod slots are getting full. I haven't reached my rank MR 30, and I'm too lazy to grind for whatever affinity that I haven't got, or weapons frames that I haven't max rank. Standard issue 75 meters away. Okay, let's go again. And make sure you do it in a normal mission. Don't do that in a steel path, because if one shot doesn't take them down, you lost your consecutive shots counts, and you have to start over. Starting over is always painful. 12 enemies this round. So zip through, scan your location. There, a bunch of them here. Zoom in. So it's easiest if they are not moving. So do yourself a favor. Don't go and aim for those that are moving. You are going to be wasting your time repeating the challenge. I wouldn't want to take the shot like this. So never aim at their hunchback. Aim for the smaller head. Invisible help. So make sure you take your Izal. I hope you have one. If you don't have one, grind one. It is always helpful in scenario like this. If you have done enough of Riven challenge, you know that you don't need to complete the mission to get your Riven. So I'm quitting. Post Prime. Too bad. The quit chance. Let's do again. More headshot. Consecutive 8. Sprint through, zip through the area. Scan for enemies. Zoom in. Easy, right? So you just need a lot of patience. I'm moving on. This turret is another easy one that I have made a video out of it. Okay, so the mushroom tent is still here. Means the task ballista also the challenge can be done here. Except mine is a shotgun, so this is the kind that I want to throw away. But look at the stats. More to go. So daytime is not that much harder to do. It's still doable if you have the right gears. You have to zip through the area, you see. If not, they won't spawn and you won't get your kill, or enemies to aim. You got no target. Once you zip through, they spawn, then you got your kill. I don't typically sell my Ravens. In the early days of Ravens, I sold them. I bought some at a very high price, like 800,000 over. Before the dispositioning was a thing. It's not worth it, and I got burned because of that, for how they trash the value of your godlike ribbon into, I wouldn't say trash, but it's a mediocre kind of ribbon, which defeat the point. They hate it when it's popular, so I hate it when they do that. And for that same reason, many of my build, if I don't have a ribbon, I won't bother to use them. If I have one, maybe it's no longer a sought after thing. It's like a nice to have the cream on the cake, but without the cream you can still eat the cake. And with game mechanism changing every day, not every day, I mean every releases, whatever you invested in could be undone easily just by one decision or snap of finger at the side. So for that, I will not invest in Riven at all. Simply not worth the plat. And I also don't sell them. I have routinely need to clear my stash of Ravens just to free up so that I can join sorties. So no, I'm not selling them. Didn't bother to. Plus, if you are a new player, you want to earn plats and you happen to land yourself on a good Raven, then yeah, why not? Just sell them. Don't take a shot like this. You won't know where the head is. Okay, I give up. Darjin pilot. It was the range. See the glowing dots? Those are his eyes. Easiest to aim. The last one, I think, apart from the shotguns. My last two, one down. Where's the other one? See, when they're alerted, they would run around like mad. And no, you don't take that shot. I won't take that shot. And this one is unalerted. You can tell from the arrow. Done. I'm done. Okay, let's do some sorties.
有枪先去拿枪再说。拜托，不要给手枪。Yes。Yeah。来哈，我看你有什么枪啊？有啊。哪？自动步枪。对，我的马桶挖一下。我哇了，那队友跑掉。
所以就你一个。
对。
一堆12个罢了吗？
我的十字弩，这把散弹枪换掉 ，OK。哇，有人！
当然有人啊，全部好料在那边，他一定守着的啊。而且这个东西哦，标在地图了，全部人会来啊，有吗？
问题是我没有队友。
Receive an input from a fellow viewer that the build can further improve by applying a different fire rate mod, shotgun space. Does the job equally well, saving the 15% damage, as well as a galvanized accelerated at the Missiles mod slot. Now my gun can reach very far. I can literally snipe across the room. This will still not become my main driver, daily driver, but it is gonna be a viable shotgun for those rare occasion of shotgun only sortie missions. I guess other than sortie, you won't see much use of a shotgun in the Warframe games. I won't be using it, and this will be my backup list, plan C. I'm saving my other AoE launchers as my plan B, and in case DE goes into that panic mode again and nerf the AoE launcher weapons, this would be the one that I revert to. Other than that, I am still going to prefer the AoE weapon, like a launcher, that at the point of explosion it carries a radius instead of a cone shape, which I dislike. Don't get me wrong, the mechanism is fine for a shotgun, but a shotgun is a shotgun and nothing can change that. So let's look at the build. I'm replacing the frail momentum with shotgun space, and also I have a max out galvanized acceleration for the faster projectile speeds transferring into longer distance. Let's try to snipe with this build. Let's start with the easy one, the infested. AK plus more as usual, shoot in a frontal cone. Did I saw a 7-digit number? So it is good for if you want to be a hallway hero, camping at say a corridor or a doorway. 6-digit constant, almost constant proc. This is of course because they are infested. Let's try to snipe from far. Like how far is far? Let's try. Let's measure with a waypoint. 45 meters. Yes, I'm hitting them 45 meters away. The fallout, if any, is negligible. I think there's none because I'm still getting 6-digit. Quite impressive number if you ask me. Although these are infested, bear in mind. I think I've cleared them. Let's try some corrupted greniers instead. 46 meters away, I'm hitting them and it's ramping up easily. Respawn. I can shoot the enemy, the frontal enemy in general without too much of aiming. That is a plus. That is a frontal cone. And because this is a shotgun, you can't really use the prime firestorm to spread the damage even further. You are, however, able to swap in, if you like, with vicious spread and get a 60% more spread. Let's swap it with the fire rate. Bear in mind though, without the fire rate mods, this is going to be slow. 1 shot, 2. And without the spread, it is not that much wider in terms of the cone size or the angle of the cone. So I would say don't go for it, go for the fire rate. I can practically double up my shooting and the takedown rate given a higher fire rate. Good but not great because I have better. Shoot in a general direction and they are gonna fall. But for the time I take to shoot, if I'm using an Envoy or Tetra, they are long done. Can't help but to compare it with the Envoy. It's done. To be frank, my gut feeling tells me that DE will nerf it. Maybe not now, because they just bump it up. They just buff the gun and launch all the launchers, but soon enough they will nerf this. The DE I know will nerf it. People may say I'm gonna jinx this, but history has proven again and again, right? So that's your AK plus more. True shotgun. This level of output would, given 1 year ago, this would be a go-to gun. A go-to gun, but now with all those launcher choices, I am skeptical and I believe this gun will be underappreciated. What do you think? Tell me why you like a shotgun like AK plus more in the comment section below. For the rest of you, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe. See you in the next one. So for the rep, let's do a mobile defense sortie. They don't stand a chance. Though sadly, I still need to aim. I wonder whose guns is this. Anyway, this sister AI is really broken. So there we have it. Aka Pasmo. See you in the next video. Thank you. Hi, welcome to another episode of Warframe for beginners. Today we'll look at trading in Warframe. Warframe is one of those special F2P free-to-play game that is being fair in trading players' time with their content. In order to access most of the content, save for those that you need to buy in the Prime Packs or Technogen, all parts or weapons in the contents can be purchased with platinums, and these platinums can be obtained through trading. So for all beginners, you will have to learn up trading to max out, to start stack up for platinums in order to gain access and level up. You need platinum to buy weapon slots, Warframe slots, and you need platinums to buy parts if you don't want to farm for them, which is fine actually. That's how I do my farming most of the time. The correct strategy to farm is actually to farm for the platinum and use the platinum to purchase the parts or Warframes that you want. What I'm showing on screen is actually one of the famous and oldest Warframe market that you will see. In here you will see a listing of all the current as well as old listing. I'll use Gara as an example. A typical frame will have a set or 4 parts, namely the blueprint for the entire Warframe, the chassis, the neuroptic, and the systems. If we go into the set, you will see that the current Gara Prime is going for 180 plats. So in order to buy it, if you want to buy it, if you have the platinum with you, you can just click buy, where it will copy the link to chat into your clipboard, and you can then paste in the chat box of Warframe to contact the seller. Parts are usually most expensive at its launch, and through the days, as you can see here, in about 1 week, the price will drop drastically, about half of it, and it will drop furthermore into the range of 100 as day goes by. So before you buy, you can always come in and check for the statistics of what is the current trending average price for the frame or the parts or the set. If I use an older frame, let's say, a full set of Octavia is now going for only 55 plats, and it can go lower or higher, depends on how the up and downs of the market will go. If you look at the statistic, these are the statistics since launch, and you can see a steady drop. This is the true trend for almost all contents in Warframe, where something first drop will cost you a bomb, and as it gets more and more common, the price will go half or even 1/3. So if you are not the rushing type, you can always wait. I haven't got my Octavia. I'll buy it when I feel like I want it. And there's another trick to it. For a full set of 55, you can actually get it cheaper if you go by parts. For example, the blueprint is going for 28, the chassis is only 7, the neuroptic is only 3 and 8. That's 46 only. The moral of the story here is never go buy a full set. If you want to save on platinums, go buy the parts. And if you want to save even more, go into the trade chat and try to get your bargains. You can state the current lowest price minus a few and see if there are any new players or other players who are in a hurry to get platinums. They will most likely willing to sell it for slightly cheaper than the current running price. That will save you even furthermore. You may ask, what about selling? Yes, you would want to register yourself to the Warframe market the buying, the copying of links, you don't need to register, but if you want to sell, you will need to register. And by registering, you can then have your own listing. There are people who sell prime parts. There are also people who sell mods, syndicate mods, weapon parts, and there are certainly people who would sell ribbons. Once you start doing the sorties, you would then get hold of ribbons, and you need to fill your ribbon farming with platinums, because again you need to purchase slots for ribbons, and ribbon can usually cost a lot more than the prime parts, especially when you have good stats. I personally does not like or trust the ribbon system because it get this position, rendering the investment down the drain most of the time. I really dislike that. So as you can see here, you can do a bidding. Warframe market is not the only one. There's another market called Ribbon Market, which offers similar listing, except this one has a listed price, and this one goes by a bid system. I wouldn't say which one is better because I seldom use it. It's for you to explore. But all in all, before you can reach to the ribbon trading, you will need to start earning your first stash of platinums. And how you do that is by starting to trade. Start to trade, start to have your own listing. One easy way to sell is to always go one platinum lower than what's in the market. And with the right buyers, you would then see that people rush into buying your item. That is what I call quick sale. Again, you can see that all this goes up, and if I start to list, I can start to list a higher price. When you see a low price, is usually when there's not much player. The price will go up because there's not as many people online. But when there are new drops, usually there will be people online, a lot of players online, and thus a lot of offerings online. The price will go down. Simple supply and demand rules. But as a new player, if you are looking for quick platinums, just sell one plat lower than the market and you can get your platinum real fast. Coming into the Warframe itself, this is your trade chat. Again, there are a few tricks here that you want to watch out to maximize your return. As you know, Warframe connects to different servers and regions, and depends on the time zone. One region will usually have more than the other, but all in all, if you are looking for a long list of players, I would recommend the North America server that you can switch from here. Go into your option, gameplay, region, switch to North America, and you will see a much longer list here. The longer list will give you higher chance of landing to the best offer or best buyer that you could get. How do you know which one is your good buyer? First thing first is a laundry list here. You need to be able to isolate what you are looking for. For example, now I'm looking for Octavia. Anything related to Octavia will be filtered out, and anything doesn't have any liners, not having the name, will be omitted. That will help you to secure or filter any of the listing if available. So you can set your filter, leave your trade chat on, play your games, come back and check. So be careful of such rip-off. You saw what price was the Octavia Prime just now in one set. It's about 50 something. You need to know your market price before you trade in the trade chat, or you will get rip-off. Stay away from this kind of listing. And there you have it, a cheaper offer than the full set market. But you know you can get it cheaper if it's not in set. So don't trade in set, buy parts instead. For all these wordings, want to sell WTS, want to buy WTB, sometimes you will see WTT, that's want to trade. If you already have some parts of the same frame, and if they are almost of the equal value, you can trade it. But if it's not, don't push it. Again, make reference of the Warframe market. Don't head in blind. There you see the price could fluctuate just like that. If you want to know more of what you can sell, let me know in the comment section below. If you find this video helpful, please like, share and subscribe. It will help to support the channel and keep me going. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Daily steel path grind. This is how I do it. A gloom build, Wukong with his twin turn on. I need to stay back a little just so that my energy doesn't drain too fast, or stopping the enemies from approaching. My twins will do the killing outside. I can do nothing or I can help with the kills. See, they won't even have the chance to come nearby. Of course, the steel path alert mission, there's no one who would do the endless mission way, staying long hours. Oh, and we have a Sarin and a Necros, so these two frames will help do the looting and the killing, like take care of most of them. So nothing to see here, just stand and wait for it to get over. Pick up some loots, pick up the focus flowers. We can talk about the focus flowers in upcoming videos if you want to. Let me know if you want to see that in the comment section. In a short mission like this, there is really no need to camp unless you have a glass cannon frame, and in no time it's time to go home. I'm flying with a map, not with my vision, but with a map, overlay map. You can't do this with a mini map. Defense. I have two choices here. One is go in with Wukong, defend the objective, or if I want to do it fast, I can always take Sarin and go. Very easy if you know which frame to choose and go for. Of course, everyone has their favorite frame. So again, I must say this has no right or wrong here. It's just personal preference and of course efficiency, if that matters to you. If not, just enjoy the game with whatever frame that you have. Gara is a very strong nuke frame, but her playstyle is not my cup of tea. Time for me to go into action. So with Sarin, cast your spore, immediately shoot one round, preferably if AoE weapon, and the spore will spread. After that you can just lay back and wait for the spore to do the killing, and in no time all the killing are done. So Gara is doing her thing, and because I have no vision I can't do mine, but that's okay. In a squad like this I don't even need the gloom. By the way, if you are interested in the gloom build, do refer to my recent video on Gloom, Sarin, Mesa and Wukong. A good way to clean, an easy way to clean the floor is with Sarin's Spore, because it can go through wall. And it's even more deadlier if you have Toxic Lash, but you can also do without. Among all the factions, the infected are the easiest type to kill. You only need to watch out for their toxic pool. Avoid that, avoid the Isаймers and you are pretty much fine. And we're done. And our good old Gara friend are also here. Let's make this quick. Did you know that in order for Sarin's spore to spread, the spore can't be the one who killed the enemy, but the enemy need to die because of something else, like your gun or melee? Of course, breaking the spore itself would help. So if you are into focus farming, make sure you stay close with your ally. Looking at the team list, make sure you are in the proximity near them to enjoy the affinity. If I recall correctly, it's about 50 meters radius. If you go outside of that range, you won't get your affinity share. Another mission done, 3 minutes. Didn't even have time for the acolytes to spawn. Gara has the most kills. Normally people will go from the top to the bottom of the list, and if you like the squad mates that you have, I recommend you to follow that sequence. Normally that is the sequence where people will clear it, but if you have a tendency to use certain frames like me, then you may skip around. Capture is usually fast and painless. Before you even start, it's already over. Typical capture mission. I'm flying blind with my map only as the reference point. I'm sure this is not the fastest, and I'm sure there are someone else who can do it faster than me, but this is how I do it. I know Gauss can sprint or rush the mission quite fast. It's just that rushing in a straight line is not really my style. The last mission, Kuva Mobile Defense. Make good use of your glide because that is one of the most fastest way to travel, especially when you're in open areas. Aim up. Without doing much, the Panzer can actually deal a lot of damage for you while you're in gloom mode and keep your health level up. That makes for quite a lazy way of gameplay. Can't say it's bad, just lazy. And I absolutely hate the Kuva Fortress map design. Unnecessary twists and turns for no good reason. The latest Venus maps also are unnecessary long distance for no good reasons. I guess wasting players' time is DE's #1 priority now. This is a typical showcase of Wukong's Gloom doing defense or mobile defense based mission. They just can't come close enough before they even get killed, and bear in mind this is still path missions. I still think that DE is running out of ideas of providing interesting gameplay balanced out with good incentive for players to keep playing. They are so afraid of making things powerful. I hate the word overpower, so I would just say making things powerful to attract the usage rate of players. If your weapons are powerful, you can always bump up the enemy difficulty, hint enemy AIs, then old players, new players alike will enjoy the gameplay much more, and that gives old players the reason to stay. But in my current state as a veteran player, casual veteran player, I'm just doing the daily grind of salty and still puff and call it done. Let's do the daily salty as well. Void missions. Void missions used to be a thing. Miss the old days, but we are not getting that back. Oh, you want it? You can take it. The easiest way to do the interception is that each player takes one pose. Unless the someone that joined is coming in with a shitty build or shitty weapons, they should be able to survive. But typically the post position D has the highest spawn rate and requires either a good DPS or a tanky frame. And I'm now being busybody. Not sure if you notice, but more players actually capture the pose faster. That's the Hildrin, so I don't see that she has any problem holding the ground. So I'm just, well, being busybody like everyone else. Well. D is at risk again. Let's go back. Kill. Why? Let's try on call and help the guy. Hold here. Hi. So each one take one. Oh, Escal is rushing over. Did you know that in interception missions, if you don't kill your enemy, no new enemy will spawn? Of course, you need to hold them, crowd control them in some way. I feel like I'm sweeping the floor with my Cronen time. Back to the topic, for any given moment, 6 enemies will spawn and come attack you in a normal mission. In Steel Path, they will be spawned and up all the time and rush to you. And because of this mechanism, Warframe is a crowd-based PvE game. Point and shoot using a rifle, a sniper doesn't really work well here. A bow and arrow doesn't work well here because they come in crowd of at least 6 at one time. For that reason, I would recommend go for AoE weapons, AoE abilities to do your killing, which is the only effective way to kill. The point and shoot, the hit scan weapons, save that for your boss fights, because this is not how the game is meant to play, given its enemy spawning strategy. It looks like I'm all by myself. This is a good demonstration of Gloom in mobile defense. Again, it will work provided you don't run too far from your objective or doesn't storm heavily by your enemies to a point that it empty up your energy pool. Reason why I go for the Ogris is because of its crowd control, staggering effect using the Nepal mod. Almost losing it. Done in 5 minutes solo. Void extermination. Rush to the point with the most crowd, head in and kill, and you'll get your highest kill. And because no one else can rush as fast as you always have the biggest crowd. Slowing them down makes you even more deadlier. Oh, upstairs. So let's go. So I'm doing the typical rushing the queue way of doing. In this way, you can outkill a Sarin pretty easily, or a Vault. Just rush in and look for the area of the map with the most red dots, with the highest densities of red dots. Do the kill and you have all the kills. Yep, this is how you do it. Almost to the point of extraction. Done. Looks like they want to do the scan. I will let them. Do not try to kill the scan objective, but also do not try to do the scanning yourself, or take up any of the scanning mission by the Cephalon Simaris. Reason being, there's an much easier way to earn the standing for Simaris. That is your stealth kill. You can max out the Simaris standing in 10 to 15 minutes max, so you don't need to do all these scan missions. But of course, if you're on a Riven challenge mission, then you need this. So this is how I do my daily sorties and daily stealth path missions, and I walk you through the thinking logic behind a veteran player rushing through the missions. If you find this helpful, please like, share and subscribe. It would help support the channel. If you have any comments, better way of doing, questions, please leave it in the comment section below. I'll try to look into it. So see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Take care. I'm doing my weapon level up in Elite Century Onslaught, or ESO. I noticed that a lot of players still don't get how they should do it when they try to level weapons. When I say how they should do it, I mean how they can make it faster for themselves as well as for the squad. Often enough, you see people bring in their support frame, like Tarin is a DPS, Trinity is a support frame, and expect to leech the affinity based on the support frame and the kill done by the other DPS from the squad. That is actually, to me, a wrong way of doing the leveling. Most players are self-sufficient when they go into public missions, public matchings. What they actually need is another DPS to deal the damage, so that when they kill, or the affinity that they don't get due to the killing with frame ability, they can get a compensate back from the kill made by the other squad mates. Meaning, when you kill, the affinity shared to your squad mate, they get to level up their weapon, and when your squad mate kills, your weapon gets to benefit, and both of you are usually killing with your frame ability, not your weapons. So you want to bring in a DPS frame that can cast and bring down enemy as fast as possible, so that enemy will respawn and respawn and respawn, and as you make this respawning cycle shorten the cadence and cycle time, you are getting more kill, and thus both of you are benefiting from getting the affinity. Do not ever, I repeat, do not ever bring in a support frame into this kind of mission. It will not help. You need at least 2 DPS in ESO to benefit. And with so many weapons, new weapons introduced into the game, leveling is gonna be a thing. Of course, you can use your affinity booster, that will help you double. But all in all, if you want to go fast, you yourself bring in your DPS, deal the damage. Don't expect people to let you leech with your support frame. It wouldn't help. It would make the efficiency very low for the other DPS dealer. And in many cases, the DPS will then leave because they can't get enough affinity increase for the time that they invest in, for mashing their ability casting, for dealing the damage for you. Good DPS in this case would be like Vault, a properly modded nuking Vault, Sarin, or even Mirage. Yes, Mirage is actually a nuke frame if you mod her properly. These are the 3 common damage dealing frames in the ESO that are perfect for damage dealing and quick level up for both parties. I'm going in, I hope he follows. With just the 2 of us is good enough to generate the needed affinity. Whether he's doing it quick enough or not, that doesn't matter. I'm the slower one in this case, right? But both of us will benefit if you are both dealing DPS. dealing damage, doing the kill. That is how Warframe share its affinity, and that is how everyone should bring in when they do leveling. Help each other, kill for the rest, kill for the other so that they would level up fast. And I'm not killing fast enough, you see. The damage that your weapon deals, even though if it's a AoE weapon, is minimal compared to the ability, nuking, range, and efficiency. So do not try to shoot your way out using your support frame, bring DPS. I'm hoping I can max this one out in this round, but I'm guessing it is not. And you can tell when is it maxing. For a normal weapon, when you see the level goes to 20, you are actually maxing out at 30. But if for a standard weapon or Kuwa weapon, you need more. The higher number of formats you put in, the more it will reach. In this case, I think I would need to reach level 32 to max. And from the gauge, I'm getting some 20, maybe 22 or 21, I'm not sure. But it's more than 20 to max out. I don't even need to check. See, I'm 27 now, while I'm at 18. Sorry, I'm not doing the kill enough. Sarin and Volt actually make a good pair. 2 Sarin may not work well because of how they propagate the kills. I'm catching up, you see, with just sporing. I'm not even nuking with my Sarin's 4. I'm just sporing. I'm 20 now. You can see that my rank has go beyond rank 30 already. For a normal non-Kuva or Tenet weapon, you are now maxing out. But of course, for a Tenet weapon with at least one forma or Kuwa-lish weapon with at least one forma and above, you need more than that. And by the way, I'm doing this all with a booster. If your squad mate, the other DPS, has a good kill rate, in many cases you can max out in one round, maximum 2 rounds of ESO. Done that before, but you need a good synergy between you and your squad mate, and that's something that you can meet by luck, by chance, and you can't really demand because everyone built differently to their desire, and there's nothing wrong to that. This method, not just for leveling, it is also applicable to focus farming. And of course, make sure you stay in range, don't run around going beyond the range. Your affinity sharing is within the range of 50 meters, not beyond. If you go outside of the range, you will not get benefit and your teammate will not get benefit. And it's a lose-lose scenario. You end up spending more time leveling or farming for your focus. So make sure you keep up with the kills. 23 now, am I max? I am. Now it's time to leave. It's a good courtesy if you are leaving, just tell your squad mate who have partnering up with you so that they won't rush in wrongly and end up doing the deed alone, wasting the 2-3 minutes time. Thanks for watching. If you find this helpful, please leave your like, share and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Happy grinding, happy leveling up. I'm trying to explore the question that I myself, and I believe many, has been asking. What is the best launcher now? Is that Envoy or Tetra? Let's try to compare. In this build, I'm trying to compare them apple to apple. This is a Flash internal bleeding plus Hunter munition build with critical delay and vital sense. Firestorm, prime cryo rounds for the additional damage. I have a base toxin, so with that, toxin plus impact plus dash will give me a flash viral build. I'm putting in chamber, but I reckon if you put in the split chamber, you may have better damage number now, because there are feedback saying that the galvanized mods does not work on projectile weapons. The same goes for the galvanized aptitude. So until that is fixed, you could have just put in a split chamber, the ordinary one instead, for the 90% multi-shots as compared to the 80% with a stack up chance. If this stack up doesn't happen in actual, then there's no point of using it. However, in my comparison, I will use the galvanized chamber in both Envoy and the Tetra. In fact, I will use the same build except on the Vigilante supply. Envoy has no ammo issue. However, the Tetra will have a very ammo hungry mechanic that requires the prime ammo mutation. So let's look at the damage number. I'll use the Greener faction for now. Take note that if you use Infested, you will get huge, much larger number, typically 2 to 3 times because of the lack of armor. So ignore the first round because this is just for warming it up. As you can see, the Merciless is starting to ramp. I'm shooting in general direction, taking damage using the AoE instead of headshots, which is kind of the whole point of using a launcher weapon. So quickly go to the side again before it ramps down. More test shots, 2 shots, 3, 4, slightly less than 4. That is your Envoy against the Greener. So 2 to 3 shots once you have ramped up your stacking. And as you can see, in most cases, the Firestorm has wide enough range to cover the entire spawn area. Envoy has no ammo issue. It got 8 shots when fully reloaded, but the reload time is quite long as compared to Tetra. This is the reload time. Let's switch to Tetra. You already have the enemy spawn, but Tetra requires you to switch to semi-mode your odd fire in order to gain the launcher capability, and every shot it will empty all 80 ammo in the magazine. First shot, second, third, and yes, the area of damage is larger as compared to the Envoy. I have 12x now, so you can see I can take down the enemies within 2 to 3 shots. I reckon even shorter. 2 to 3. At the general center of the pack, 2 shots, 3 shots, and clear. Let's talk about the mechanism of Tetra. It has 960 as the total ammo pool, and that gives you about 12 rounds of launcher shots. Believe me that 12 rounds is going to be easy to deplete if you are shooting mindlessly, taking down enemies that are going solo instead of in a crowd. The best use case scenario for it is, of course, a room cleaning tool, especially good for cleaning up the trash mods. But if you are taking your 960 total ammo count and go in to hunt let's say a boss fight, 12 shot is not gonna bring down any boss. If there's not enough spawn nearby, then you would end up having not enough ammo to continue, and thus resorting back to the melee route instead. Envoy, on the other hand, will not have that problem. Yes, it got only 48 only, but it's quite ammo efficient. Each round of those count, and each round of those will give similar damage number as your Tetra. It's undeniable that Tetra is now a good weapon to steal some kill from your squad, but Envoy can also do the same. Because it's so ammo hungry, you need the prime rifle ammo mutation that gives you this much higher conversion rate, whereby pistol you get 1:14 and sniper 1:28. If you compare that to your Vigilante supplies, this is 1:6 and 1:12. That is more than 2 times difference here. So you got to have a prime rifle ammo mutation, and to make it bleed even further, to make it damage even higher, I would highly recommend for a primary Merciless, which is kind of the only primary arcane worthy of using. So with Envoy, you can pretty much live with the Vigilante supplies. You will be fine using it. 2 slot in your primary Merciless. I'll just keep the galvanized chamber here for the sake of it. I may replace this when or if the galvanized mods get fixed. But if you look at apple to apple comparison, they are quite on par. In actual game, the Tetra will give you slightly higher numbers and more occurrence of higher numbers, but their ability is quite the same. And if you look at kill per second APS, they are in fact quite the same, because Tetra requires you to reload your ammo every round, every shot, while Envoy you only do it once every 8 shots. And if you hold down the fire button, it will auto shot and auto reload for you. I'm holding down, press and hold. You can see it will empty it, and after a while it will auto reload for you. Continue to shoot again. Doesn't matter much if you are playing active gaming style, but Tetra is different in this sense. You can't press and hold. You need to release your trigger before you can make another shot. And don't forget to toggle once you go into its mode. I'm holding down the trigger and it doesn't reload. I need to release it, make a shot, or it won't make the shot. Not by itself anyway. Not a huge drawback, just the behavior or the mechanic that some may not find it convenient. And let me show you why in the actual gameplay. I'll use a high-level infested survival steel puff mission to demonstrate, starting with Petra, switching into semi mode. See the number ramp. I need to wait for it to complete the reload action. And both of these launchers, you do need the prime sure-footed to keep your self sending. I'm starting to get 6-digit damage here. If you have the Helminth Invigoration boosted for like 200%, then you may get millions, 1 to 2 millions. But for a normal gameplay, which is what I'm in now, without the invigoration boost, I'm getting 6-digit, 200k, 300k, 500k. So yeah, I'm out of ammo. See, I can still pretty much charge forward and shoot the moment it reloads, all by manual triggering and watching closely the reload action to be done. And I don't need to do that if I'm using Envoy. It's pretty much automatic, except it will take a toll during the reload time. The auto reload will kick in slightly later. Room cleaning it is. And bear in mind, all this is without using any ability to stay alive. My clone has done the job for me, taking down the acolyte. Anyway, you can survive with this, but it is not very ammo efficient. The reload is gonna be clunky for some. If you don't mind that, you can use it. But if you do mind that, then you should probably look at Envoy. Let's head to extraction and see what Envoy can do. So we have recorded some 500k damage just now. Not constantly, but it does give the number on and off. Every so often, 5-digit. Let's make a swap. Switching to Envoy, back to Steel Puff Infested Survival. I can be at ease. There's no mode switching required, no off fire. I can just shoot away. 300k. Let's try go into auto mode. Auto reload, auto shoot. I'm dead. See, the longer reload time is a problem if you are doing auto shooting, clearing the floor. But you can aim slightly further away because it does have the room cleaning capability as well. As you probably notice now, the damage number is not as high as Envoy, but one reload gives you 8 bullets, 8 shots. I can just aim out and shoot. That is if you are into lazy gameplay, like I do sometimes. Because they are all slash damage, 3k, there's 110k, 140. So yeah, lower number, higher KPS if you ask me. Because you can keep shooting. 200k, 743 in some rare case. And because you are also using the Vigilante apply, you get that occasion drop of the extra crits. Of course, you don't need to shoot blindly unless you have to, right? You can time your shot. And I would choose this over Ogris because now I have a bigger pool of ammo. Magazine size of 8. I don't need to time it like pew pew pew, reload, pew pew pew, reload. I can just shoot away and only reload after 8 rounds. 370k. So every shot is a big chunk away from the acolyte's health. If you use Total Eclipse, you could even do a one shot. 383k damage. 198. 554. Okay. So yeah, who would say this is not viable? So I won't give you which gun to choose in my summary. I would just give you what do I prefer, and I would go for Envoy myself, just because of the better versatility and less thing to worry. Somewhat good for boss kills, not as ammo hungry. No need to trigger for the odd fire every time I enter mission. All those add up, I think we have a solid plus. If the zero fallout of the Tetra is, as people predicted, an oversight of DE, they may fix it soon. They may fix it. We don't know how soon that is. But even if it's fixed, I think that gun is still viable as a launcher. It's just that the mechanics will turn some people off. And in comparison, I tried my Auguries. It's not as powerful. It doesn't give me as high a number of damage. I also tried the Kuvasa, which is another viable option. Some like it. Some are impressed by its power or damage number. But I have one point that I dislike. That is on its reload mechanism. If you compare Kuvasa versus Envoy, Kuvasa need to reload bullet by bullet, and if you add up those reload time, is actually quite long. Of course, you can play tactical, you can retrieve, push forward, and then retreat. That will add that much bit of hassle to the gaming style. If you can take it, you can probably outdo this one. Or not, I don't know. You can try and let me know in the comment section. The other very good contender, that is the Kuwa Brahma. I think that is still popular, but the Brahma also have ammo issue. May not be fair to call it issue. That is its design and a balanced design. From what I can recall, Brahma has 8 ammo, and you need to run around like mad man collecting ammos just to feed the hungry ammo needs. That is somewhat like the Tetra. So these two in this department, they are quite the same. If you don't mind that kind of mechanism, go for it. There's no right or wrong here. It's your game. It's your gaming style. You get to decide what you like and what is best for you. And for that same reason, I'm not gonna give you the best gun here. I will just tell you what I like, and you get to decide on your own what you like. If you find this helpful, please like, share and subscribe, and do leave a comment below if you have better builds, if you think you have other tips that you want to share to the community that help other players, or if you have any idea that you think I should try, leave all that in the comment section. Thanks again for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Take care. Based on a comment from one of the viewers, I now found the easiest method to farm the primary and secondary arcane merciless. Here's a sabotage mission in Earth, and I've confirmed that you can multi-spawn the acolytes. This is two spawn soon into the third spawn, and since there's no timeout for you to extract, you can stay here forever and will not be crowded by the enemy spawns. You just need to attend to the acolyte every 5 minutes, and you will get your arcane drop together with your steel path essence. Admittedly, this is the easiest ways, low maintenance, easy to perform. Here I'm camping out in a spot, waiting for the third spawn. Let's verify that together. It's not necessary to kill them because, as you know, I mentioned before that the enemy spawn are constant. They will have some 6 enemies spawn into the tile set at any given one time for one player, and steel path means 6 times 4, 24 enemies altogether, hidden somewhere in the map, usually spawning from a room nearby. So if you don't kill them, the new ones will not be spawned. And here we are, 20 minutes into the game, our third acolyte. It's funny, they do all these stunts, rolling on the floors and stuff. Make sure you don't fall and drop dead because of them. If you do, you will lose your loot, you will lose your arcane drop and the steel essence. So the third spawn, this is confirmed. 22 minutes in, 3 arcane drops. And in this case, I can foresee that the price of arcane will drop badly. Maybe 5 plats, 5 platinum for 1 arcane, maybe some tens of platinum for 1 full max rank arcanes could be the way to go. Depends on how people would value the time investment. It's not the matter of difficulty anymore, it's more of the time investment, leaving it there waiting for the spawn to happen. Another point to make is that other than Gloom, you can have Chorus and Snare, the Humid Subsume ability, to lock down the acolyte for 10 seconds to ease you from taking them down within that 10 seconds. and you can always recast when it runs out. There we have the off spawn. Oh yeah, it's confirmed. Off spawn, no timeout, no extraction, just camp. Big shout out to our viewer Pumpkin Gun W for his comments and providing these leads to make everyone's life easier. Our 5th spawn. So make the easy money while you can by doing this farming. Spend time, not plats, and you can get all you needed in a few solid hours of waiting. 5 spawns, 32 minutes. It's indeed consistent. Every 5 minutes or so it will spawn. 6 arcane, 36 minutes. Always look for a high ground when you camp so that you have the better view, and even better if it's away from the enemy spawning. They don't detect you, they will just ignore you through time. They won't come up even. Wukong's spare life help in this sense. If you fall, you will not get your reward. So you've seen just now there was one falling, but I'm still not dead. Make sure when you have spent all this, you extract and rinse and repeat. Staying on would just waste time if they ever kill you by accident or by skill. Alright, I think that proves the point well enough. Let's head to extraction and check out the build. 3 Merciless, that's 60 plats for 42 minutes. No one really care about the deadhead or dexterity. That's about going for 5 plats now. You can go even lower through time. Again, my Gloom Wukong build. This has changed slightly since I first published it. I actually pump in more ability strength, now reaching 254 with 88% slowdown, which is quite close to the max. Was it 90 or 95%? Slower means better. The trade-off here is 1 Umbral Intensify. I replace it with the 2 strength mods. This is my previous build. This is my current build. The Ogris is now having a primary Merciless. I believe you can use any other weapons without problem if it's well built. The stat of the Raven, damage to Grenier, Cold with chance. The crit chance for Ogris is low by nature. It's more of a status weapon than crit weapon. I've showcased this Kuwa before and the Cronen Prime. Thanks again for watching. If you find this helpful, please like, share and subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. I've done this before in my Shido build and I'm trying it again on my Envoid build. That is faster fire rate, giving faster kill rate, as in kill per second, KPS. So how much faster, I wonder? You can just do a time lapse comparison. I will be using the Vow acceleration. You can of course use a slightly slower speed trigger maybe, or prime shred, but what's the point if you have Vow accelerations that gives you 90%. If you were following my previous build, I have replaced the internal bleeding with it, with internal bleeding and critical delay. Critical delay actually incurred a minus 20% fire rate. Compensate with Vow acceleration, we are getting pretty much 70% for a trade-off of 200% compared to using a point strike at a full speed. I'll stick to critical delay for now and let's ramp up the gun. I have spawned the gunner and bombard, shooting at a general location just to ramp. The ramp will start the moment there are kills because it's triggered by on kills proc condition. While it's ramping down, spawn another batch. This is with the internal bleeding. Again, an internal bleeding build just to ramp. 12x Merciless with that fully ramped. Three to 4 shots, or I should say 4 to 5 shots to clear the field. Again. 5 shots, but how many seconds did I took? Now let's swap to Wild Acceleration for the higher fire rate. We got to ramp for the first round. Even the ramping is much faster, snappier, shoot at will. Of course, don't forget to reload. Now respawn the enemy. Take note of how many seconds it took. Five, 6. How many seconds does it take? This is with reload. What if without reload? How long again is that? So with this in the play, I'm not going back to internal bleeding. I'm gonna stick to the fire rate and Envoy because of its unique number of ammo in the magazine. Total of 8, pairing with the primary Merciless Arcane will give you 8 bullets, and that 8 bullets is gonna clean the room thoroughly for you at a very high kill rate, KPS, in which case DPS may not matter anymore. It's the matter of how fast you are sweeping the room. That easy. So that's how fast it can go. Of course, you can't do this with Tetra. You can't do this with Sa. You can't do this with Brahma. Maybe you can with Brahma, but good luck with the ammo. You can do it with Shido, you can do it with Envoy. This is how fast it can go. Let's try that in the real life missions. I brought nothing but my Sarin. Didn't even bring a melee or pistol. And if you want, you can use it as a automatic machine gun. It almost is automatic. You can press and hold your trigger and you will auto fire, just like your Shido. And I turn on my Gloom. They have no chance of coming close. Things are so far away. Because not only I'm now room cleaning, I'm cleaning the corridor, I'm cleaning the next room as well. I'll just stay around waiting for the Acolyte to spawn, and then I'll just leave. I think the point has been made. This is going to be an easy gun to use. Shoot in the general front, charge forward, your front are always clean. You can go anywhere. And yes, this is infested, so it gives you 3 to 4 times additional damage than the other faction, especially Greenier. Acolyte is spawning. The fact that it's so fast shooting, the ramp up to the 12x is gonna be fast. That gives you the additional advantage. I'll just stay to the 10 minutes point and leave. Shouldn't have run around because my Sarin has too wide a range, consuming the energy too fast. Not that I can't survive, it's just that I like the convenience of making things slow motion, especially when Acolyte spawns. I saw 628k just now. 516, 597, 374, 846. Wow. Try that out in... I just did a check on the primary Merciless price. It is 5 plat now, as predicted. I've seen the theory of damage model by other YouTubers that if you replace the duration with other elemental mod to diversify the types of damage in play, you actually will get a higher number after ramp up. Knowing that, I still wouldn't go for it, not because it's not high, probably it's high, I haven't tested, but because I want a faster ramp up time. So instead I will still keep my Serration in the build, just so that I can ramp up faster for the initial kill, because the initial kill could be very low in number. When I tested that in the Simulacrum, it could be just 4 digits for the initial shots. I would say the highest DPS is probably good for those who are aiming for a endless mission, long haul missions. But since I don't go for long haul, I won't be using it myself. So always know your playstyle before you decide on what you or how you want to build your gun. And in the long haul missions, endurance mission, I still wonder if guns are still a viable option. Because of the reload mechanism, I still find that clunky at times. Why am I keep dying here? Let's repeat that with Wukong. No Gloom yet, not even the twin. As always, please build your frame with prime sure-footed, or else you would stagger with this kind of fire rate. The constant knockdown is gonna ruin all the fun, if there's any left. I wonder, will my monkey benefit from the fire rate? I guess no. Why is he keep reloading? That doesn't look right. Certainly there's something wrong with the AI. You don't need constant reload with this weapon. That's perhaps something that DE should fix. So if I turn the slow-mo mode on, he can reload all he wants, and I guess they just can't come close enough. But it will of course drain my energy, which is bad. So yeah, Envoy is a better gun for Wukong twins compared to Tetra, but it is still bug in how the AI treating the reload mechanism and ammo. Thanks for coming in early. Look at the drop rate of primary Merciless. Isn't that something? So that's Wukong with Infested. Let's try Linear. Uba Fortress. The gun has ramped up, reloading, room cleaning, while they charge to me in slow motion. You can of course put in the Bane mod. I dislike the Bane mod, but it does give you higher power damage. I just don't like to lower down the damage of the rest of the faction. Although it kind of balance out because Greeners are notably harder to kill. But the higher fire rate does give an edge to what I'm doing. It's just that it doesn't benefit the clone that much. The explosive sound is gonna be annoying for many, I'm guessing. Your squad mates will complain. Probably like the Dinoid Simulator. So take note of that. Don't overdo, or you'll be the hate manet that still kills and make noise. Alright, if you like the content, find it helpful, please like, share and subscribe. Helps to motivate to create more content. We'll see you in the next one. Initial ramp. 3 shots. 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow. 8, 9, 10. Really? Oh man. I just done my recording with 30.5.5 and 30.6 shows up, and inside 30.6 there's another fix for galvanized mods, and that render my test into unknown states. Whether they have further tweaked the galvanized mods mechanism or not, we will need to retest. So here goes. Heads into Simulacrum. The easiest way to get consistent spawn, not the highest level, but on par with what you are getting today in Steel Path. So I think that's good enough for damage testing. I would start with 2 obvious choices. One is Tetra, the other one is Envoy. Envoy has become my daily drive. Tetra, although nice for room cleaning, it lacked versatility for me, so it's my second choice. For Tetra, I have swapped in Aptitude with Internal Bleeding because I find that the Aptitude works better than Internal Bleeding, and we can verify that now. Let's start with Internal Bleeding. And yeah, Internal Bleeding, I need to swap the slot so that it fits the mod capacity. So Internal Bleeding, enemies already spawned. Semi mode. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Took me 5 shots to ramp up. Respawn, do another round. Merciless at 9x. 2, 3. 3 shots. 2, 3. Somehow these guys are still standing. The rare occasion where the prop didn't happen on them. But you can see that is within the range of 3 shots. 1, 2, 3. Right. Try again. 1, 2, 3. Yep. This is with internal bleeding in the build. So I'm now taking out the internal bleeding. Drop in the aptitude. Respawning the enemies. Switching to semi. 1, 2. At 2 is already start ramping to 6x. Merciless. 3, 4, 5. 5 to 6. Respawning enemies. 1, 2, 3. 3 to 4 shots. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey you. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. 3 shots. I think it matters where I aim. The range is just enough to cover the entire area where the enemy spawns. So they are on par. Galvanized mods and internal bleeding, they are actually on par. 2, 3. They forgot to die. Well, yes. Okay. Viable nonetheless. Let's go to Envoy. There are suggestions to diversify the damage type here. I just now tried the status build and it doesn't end up well. So I would just stick with a crit build with fire rate, chamber, firestorm for the extra radius, fire round for the extra damage type. If you want, you can put in a dual state mod for the better higher status, but I don't think it's necessary because this is after all a crit build, not a hybrid build. But no harm trying if you insist. Hunter munition is a must. It boosts the damage a lot, as you can see later on in the slash damage. Serration is the one in question. Whether should I put Serration or Aptitude? Serration, to my own liking, has a faster ramp up time than Aptitude. Put in Aptitude in place of Serration. You can see the base damage actually dropped quite a lot, but it's the Q per second that counts. So let's do that. And we'll start the test with Serration. Spawn the enemies. There's no need to switch mode here. Let's shoot in the general center. 5, 6. This is 6 shots after. Merciless ram to 12x already. Initial ram. 3 shots. 4, 5, 6, 4, 7. Wow. 8, 9, 10. Really? So slow. Okay, so now that it's ramped up, mesh 1, 2, 3. 3 shots and they are pretty much down except this one. 4. That's with Serration. Okay, once it's ramped up, they are on par actually. 1, 2, 3. Three shots and 1 left. 4. As you can see, Aptitude and Serration, they are on par in terms of the kill per second, but Serration has a shorter ramp up time. Of course, if going into the late game, things might be different, but for any speed run, I would say Serration is still the better choice because of the short ramp up time. I'm using my build and almost every time I can dominating the queue, outkilling Mesa and Karin. Let me know if you have better build in the comment section below. This build does not take any Riven, stand alone without any meta, good enough for any steel path mission, probably beyond. I feel like running out of oomph to grind for more tenet weapons, maybe because of my preference in AoE only weapons, or maybe I'm simply burnt out. What other AoE weapons that you think is worth a try? Let me know in the comment section below. Thanks for watching, see you in the next one. 4 days ago, the new Nightwave interim dropped and I just look at the reward table. I am seriously not impressed by the drop table. Not impressed at all. It makes me feel that DE is trying to repeat stuff that they have already done just for the sake of repeating. They have put in older rewards from previous events just to fill the gaps of a so-called interim Nightwave X. All these cosmetics are not even impressive to begin with, and this also is a repeat. More Umbra Forma. This could be useful in the long run, but nothing urgent here. And there's a new Ephemera, yet another Ephemera. By now I'm wondering how many Ephemera in total does the game has. I certainly don't have much. These are all older drops, none of it from the latest Tenet drops. But man, how many more do we need out of this? I don't buy the way of saying that Fashion Frame is the end game. Hell no, it's not. Fashion Frame is to waste your time. I come here to feel good, feel fun, not here to walk the T stage. And I'm not sure about you, but in most cases, the Ephemera is actually a very distracting thing to have. Take for example, this one, the Nebular's Ephemera, the Batman Ephemera. It will create false alarm on your parallel vision, and it's actually tiring to use when you're constantly trying to aim for enemies and this thing are flicking around. No, I'm not saying Ephemera is all bad, but I'm saying these are mostly distraction than, I don't know, style, making yourself look unique. That maybe is a whole point for Fashion Frame, but as I said, I'm not a believer in the Fashion Frame. And this time around, the Nightwave intermission is really underwhelming. As you can see, I didn't even bother to do any of it before I came in and checked, and I certainly don't feel like doing more of it after checking. I'll just organically grow through the every week refresh and hope that it will clear itself through time. And who knows how long this round will take. It took them months for the previous rounds, and I wouldn't be surprised this time around it takes another few months. So yeah, why bother? And with the drop update 30.6, they have also came in another fix for the... In order to craft condensed resin, you need crystal core. So this is how you farm crystal core. The statues of 7 are among the good places to spawn the flies, be it Anemo or Joe. The most obvious one is this one, located here in Windrise. Always head to the high ground, rush to the fly, and don't worry if you miss it. Although seemingly they fly high away and disappear, they are actually still here. You just need to spawn yourself in a different location on the map and then come back. So this one, always head to the high ground before they fly up like this. And this one is a miss. That's another one there. So rush over from high ground, get it, head to the next location, and we'll come back later for these 2 escapees. The other good location is here. This is the Gunyun Stone Forest. So if you turn your head, you will see like 3-4 of these Joe flies. Rush over, jump, catch, and then head out. Let the stamina regain, and you'll see a couple more here. This one run away, but we can come back. So now head back to the previous one, Windrise. They'll still be there waiting. Rush over, catch. Now this one is still too high. I have a lower one here. Let's catch first. So in one day, based on the regeneration rate of the fragile resin, you would have more than enough to build your condensed resin. But then you may ask, why condensed resin? Because it gives you double to triple the drop rate of items. That would save you time. Let's head back to the Gunyun Forest. See, this one is still here. One that we missed. These 2 fly away. We still have one outside. So in theory, you're not missing any one of them, provided you come back. The other popular location is here, near Springvale. Charge 45 degree out and quickly grab. There are times where they are too near to the statue and you mistakenly enter the statue. It's an annoyance, but we can sort of defeat it by charging 45 degrees away from the statue. So up to this point, I have already gathered enough for today and enough to spare for tomorrow. So here's the return of the fly. If this is still not enough for you, there's another place. This one is not as easy to reach because there's no direct portal, but the catch is easier because it's ground level. Head to Dawn Winery and catch the fly in the grape field. That's one. There's another one. So make sure you save some stamina before you head for the other one, the next one, or else you may not be able to rush over in time. That's one. Let's get it. Jump and grab. At times there are also some lingering in the forest, but you may not want to try your luck. In other words, waste your time on this. So up to this point, how much do we have? We started with 184, build 3. Now I'm at 197. So it's easy. Thanks for watching. If you like it, please like, subscribe and share. This will help to support the channel. I'll see you in the next one. You will see a lot of this puzzle-like structure where you need to hit them with the ball. The way to use the ball is go to your inventory and equip this one. Wind Blasters Apastum, whatever it is. Once you equip, you will then see the hint there on screen hint on the LB plus B. To equip. Without equipping, you are getting this, your ability cast. But once equipped, your right trigger will become the ball. That's where you use the right trigger to aim. Bear in mind, if you are using Ningguang like what I did just now, you can't have the silk screen in front of you, otherwise it will block the ball from reaching back to you, and thus you always lose. There are challenges with timers associated, and you would fail if you can't do it within the timer. So the silk screen, if it's blocking you, then you're not going to make it. Once you have equipped, hold your right trigger and you will then release the ball. But how do you win this is that if you press your B or your melee action key, it will swing this flower to hit back the ball to the wall. But when do you hit it matters. For example, if you hit it too late, you will miss it. If you hit it too early, you will miss it too. The best timing to do it is when the ball is near the character's head. Then you will never miss it. The swing can be quite fast. So keep pressing. Just make sure you don't miss out when it's close to your head distance. This is another type of challenge where you stand on the pressure pad and activate. Notice the color. That actually is your elemental type. In this case, if it's close distance, it is okay. But if you need it to travel far, you may need to match the elemental. Watch closely to the ring. There are arrows or directional indicators. This one is not obvious. We'll try to get a more obvious one. This one opposite. Let's go try. Let me do the upward ones first on the hillside. Otherwise I need to do the climbing again, which is painful. I'm still trying to get the hang of my Klee. Got her in a very lucky spin of 10 and I gotten her. Let's head down for the... Take note of your map indicator also, because in many cases you will see a seashell with echo. I'm not sure this is a collected item or it will yield some reward. But whenever you see it, do grab it because sometimes it is in a difficult position. Very likely you are not gonna climb back here just for it. So do grab before you move forward. And I had the habit to fly surrounding the hill because there are times where treasure box are at the mid of the hillside. You may miss it if you just plunge down without circling the area. So this wooden door is what you want to aim, and this is the one I mentioned with the arrow. You want to take note of the arrow because that's where the ball will go. Look at the arrow at the 9 o'clock position. So if this is the starting point, arrow goes here, then arrow goes here, and it will go in. Let's try. Arrow at 3 o'clock. Equip the ball, aim, and shoot. Yep. So those arrow matters. 3 o'clock position. 3 o'clock position. This is just a passerby ring. You can't rotate. And then your target at the back. Simple. I've been enjoying the run so far. Just about time because I really got bored with the daily missions, and look at what I have accumulated. 14k of Primogem, and I don't have the urge to roll or wish anymore. How bad of boredness is that? I did some rolling on the weapons, but no luck. Gotten Chi-Chi, so I have just recently building Chi-Chi as well. It's only at her level 60. Ah, the seashell or the echo. The seashell to this point is telling the story of what have happened, fragment of it. The voice acting is not bad. So I guess this is the puzzle that everyone has been talking about. I have yet to... I came to that part, but I wanted to explore first before I try to crack open that puzzle. It's about filling waters at the top of the hill of some small ponds. Let's try this one. This is obviously wrong. Yes, go there. And what? Oh, I can rotate as well. Of course. So if this one shoots there, it goes through the straight line, hit the wooden door, and you get your treasure. Right? Right? Let's see. Aim your ball. Why? Can't be. Let's see. Ah, yes. But why? Doesn't seem need to match the element. If you know why, please leave your comment below. It will help others and me. What are these for? I have no idea. Not yet. And this arrow is in the wrong direction. Let's adjust. Yay, we got a hit. Hitting the center makes it more focused, I presume. There's a parabolic line that you need to aim higher so that you will drop and go into that circle. When you play this squash thingy, you don't want distraction, so always take down your enemy first. Always hit when the ball is near the character's head, or you will miss it. Character of a normal height, you see. Not likely. Oh, I have a indicator. Oh, have I? Seashell. Well, so these are actually for climbing. Whenever you see this is a route, go up. The vine. Always zoom out to get a better view of your route. to know when or where you can take a rest to restore your stamina. Resting. Let's go. Okay. Did you know that bird eggs are the easiest way to revive? It only do revive though. You still need your healer to restore your health. So if you find my video being helpful, please like, share and subscribe. It helps to support the channel, give me some motivation to continue to create the content. I'll see you in the next one, where you stand on the pressure pad and activate. Notice the color. That actually is your elemental type. In this case, if it's close distance, it is okay. But if you need it to travel far, you may need to match the elemental. Watch closely to the ring. There are arrows or directional indicators. This one is not obvious. So this wooden door is what you want to aim, and this is the one I mentioned with the arrow. You want to take note of the arrow because that's where the ball will go. Look at the arrow at the 9 o'clock position. So if this is the starting point, arrow goes here, then arrow goes here, then you will go in. Let's try. Arrow at 3 o'clock. Equip the ball, aim, and shoot. Yep. So those arrow matters. 3 o'clock position. 3 o'clock position. This is just a passerby ring. You can't rotate. And then your target at the back. This is a position to solve this particular double door puzzle. Angle this to the one behind with arrow. This one you can't change it. Angle this one into that. And angle this to the door, facing the portal that summons the ship. And then it will land you a precious chest. Watch again. The idea is to transfer the 2 streams of balls into one. So after the reward has been claimed, you can't activate the portal anymore for any. So if this is the starting point, arrow goes here, then arrow goes here, then you will go in. Let's try. Arrow at 3 o'clock. Equip the ball, aim, and shoot. Yep. So those arrow matters. 3 o'clock position. 3 o'clock position. This is just a passerby ring. You can't rotate. And then your target at the back. So this wooden door is what you want to aim.
要更快一点吗？芭芭拉冲呀！嘿，
Okay, if you find this helpful, please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for watching.
没太明白，你只是故意想吓唬他？
我没有这种古怪的兴趣，只是神之眼还在他的手上，我想试试最后的可能性。人被逼入绝境之时，会爆发出相当强大的力量。我原以为这会成为神之眼亮起的契机，可惜什么都没有发生。是的，我只想知道熄灭的神之眼有无重燃的可能性。从察觉到他在偷那颗神之眼的时候起，我就决定用它来做这场实验了。而且在过去的时间里，我也已经尝试过许多种办法。虽然湖主的神之眼还能重新发光这种事，我只在少数传说中听说过。但既然见识到了你可以同时掌控多种元素，还有什么是不可能的呢？来，你也试试看吧，看看你能不能给我理想的答案。
看起来没有什么特殊的反应呢。
原来如此，就算是你也不行。没关系，这也是意料之中的事。那这枚神之眼就可以继续陪着我了。
对啊，这个神之眼有什么特殊的由来吗？
那就不得不提及一位故人了。他曾是我的挚友。那天他向我问起，可曾听说过无响的一刀？我说自然。那一刀只有神罚降下之时才可得见。那一刀是雷电将军武艺的极致，是最强的象征。可他说，那一刀未必无法企及，总会有地上的生灵敢于直面雷霆的微光。后来，延寿令不期而至，民众的愿望逐渐沦为砌筑永恒的砖瓦。在我无奈四处流离之时，却听闻他向延寿令的执行者发起了御前决斗。 御前决斗，庄重而又残酷。败者将面临神罚，胜者可迎娶转机。或许他在想，他是最适合站出来的人，直面那无响的异刀，本就是他毕生所愿。可当我抵达天守阁时，决斗已然结束。只听到神罚之后，他的断刀落地的声响，那就是他想要见证的光芒吧。在最后一刻，他的脸上会是怎样的神情？来不及猜想，我只是上前夺走了那颗光芒涣散的神之眼，随后逃离。我只知道，不能让他那炽烈的愿望被弃进冰冷的神像之中。可能我现在做的一切，最后会发现都是无意义的。但浪人武士的一生，除了旅途的意义和沿途的花鸟风月，还有心中的道。
万叶，
哼，不过是随性而为而已。好了，是时候回去了。那么，就再一次由我引你乘风。
你还好吗？我也没想到你的哥哥会和深渊在一起。振作起来吧，我相信你，也相信他。现状越是难以置信，我们越是不能停下脚步，对吧？他说了，要我们抵达旅途的终点，一定还是想和我们好好谈谈的。旅途是什么？终点又是什么？还等着我们去见证呢。不用客气，伙伴就是要互相照顾嘛。不过现在我们应该去哪里呢？要继续踏上旅途的话，你是说当初让你和他失散的那个神吧？的确，毕竟那个神明才是现在这种复杂情况的根源。或许很多谜团可以从他身上得到答案。于是现在已经排除了2位神明，风之神和炎之神。那么接下来，之前钟离和我们说了，道期现在处于锁国状态，用正常的办法应该是无法抵达的。要不然我们去找个道期人问问要怎么样过去吧。我也想到了，璃月港里的主子，他就是从道期来的，我们去和他打听一下吧。
你好，不，应该讲幸会吧。我正在学习更加本地化的说话方式。你们找我有什么事吗？
我们想打听一下要怎么去到期。
原来是这样，办法我倒是知道。
太好了，我们找对人了。
不过那是个成功率微乎其微的办法。
微乎其微？那你是用什么办法离开到期的呢？
正是用了这种办法，才知道它究竟有多危险。那个时候，我能依靠的只有自己扎的小木筏，前有风暴，后有追兵。逃出来之后，我在海上漂了好多天，食物和水都用光了。当时还以为自己已经走到尽头，两眼一黑，晕了过去。可没想到，我的一切并没有就此结束，或者说，迎来了新的开始。对啊，真是九死一生的旅程。我能活下来，应该都是神明的眷顾吧？
这也太危险了吧！就算这样，也要离开到期？
因为那里实在是太压抑了，气氛太紧张，出入都要勘定奉行多重审核，和我的性格实在合不来。
勘定奉行？那是什么？
负责管理到期各项事务的机构被叫做三奉行。打比方的话，和璃月的七星八门是相似的吧？比如勘定奉行的职责之一是严格审核出入到期者的身份，并在离岛对外来人员进行统一管理。还有最近的演授令，便是由天领奉行负责执行。他们就像是雷电将军的代行者，忠诚且无情。虽然说家乡的坏话不是太好，但在那种压抑的氛围下待久了，对生活是会失去期望的。所以，如果不是有什么非去不可的原因的话，还是放弃前往到期的想法吧。可是到期外海的暴风雨连绵不断，从不停歇。就算突破了风暴，还要绕过执行锁国令的武士。就算是突破万难，来到期接待外国人的离岛，也需要出具相关证明，不然还是会被赶走。
这就是存心不想让人靠近到期啊！
那只是为了保证岛内的物资供应和信息流通而开设的港口，一般的外人是拿不到证明的。但你们如果真的无论如何都要去的话，或许还有一种可能性。
木筏还是太危险了，而且我多半会晕船的。
不是啦，我的意思是可以去问问璃月有名的南十字船队，有没有办法带你们去到期。他们常年远航，见多识广，或许有突破那片风暴的方法。
可是他们是武装船队吧？他们会轻易答应我们的请求吗？
这就要看你们的本事了。如果能说服他们的首领北斗，一切都有可能。南十字船队的旗舰死照星号，我听说正停在孤云阁附近补给，现在动身说不定就是个好机会。
那事不宜迟，我们就去见一见那个叫北斗的首领吧。
起来玩吧。你是啊，我对你有印象，你就是对抗愚人众和奥塞尔的那位旅行者，对吧？我听宁光讲的，有位旅行者拯救了璃月，见识卓越，身手不凡。他这个人很挑剔，能给出这么高的评价，相当不容易了。我当时就在想，究竟是何等英才，我也想亲自结交一下。看你的穿着和你旁边跟着的小东西，我觉得大概就是你了。
不是小东西，是派蒙。
派蒙，着实有趣的生物。从二位身上不光能感受到风雨大地的气息，还带着些许，星空的味道。
啊？什么和什么？这是我听过最奇怪的点评了。
没什么，只是我相信命运的邂逅必定有其意义。
有点相似吧，不过在到期叫法应该不一样。这位是风原万叶，因为一些原因暂时留在我的船上，时不时就会从他嘴里冒出2句文词。
有船有海风，不吟诗几句，岂不是不解风情？
也有道理。不如南十字武斗会开场的时候，给你个表演的机会好了。
那要由性质而定。为某事而做的诗，往往会缺了意。
机会难得，又有大英雄的参加，不要拒绝的这么快嘛。
等等，南十字武斗会是什么？还有你说的大英雄是指？
我以为你们一定是来报名的，居然没听说过嘛。南十字武斗会是我举办的比武大会。会有很多想要一展身手的人来参加。参赛有2条重要的规则，首先名头要响亮，至少不能是完全不会比武，只想凑热闹的人。当然，这个你不用担心，没有谁比你的名头更响亮了。第2条规则，那就是参赛者不可以拥有神之眼，不然实力悬殊就太大了。我知道你对你的实力很自信。但不要小看藏龙卧虎的璃月哦，像你这样拯救过璃月的大英雄来参加我的武斗会，一定会变成很大的话题，应该也能吸引来更强的人。
可我们真的不是来参加武斗会的。
别着急拒绝，这次武斗会我准备了特别宝贵的奖品，那就是一枚无主的神之眼。
其实是我提供的。如果武斗会的获胜者能够重新唤醒这一枚神之眼，那这神之眼就归他所有。
居然还有这种东西存在！
神之眼的持有者逝去之后，神之眼也会失去光芒，但外壳并不会消失。这样的外壳能用来做什么，尚无定论。但我觉得，既然空壳留存于世，或许就有传承的作用。
是啊，在我看来，神之眼是旗帜，代表了神的认可。那么能让它闪耀的，一定是强者中的强者。为了发掘强者，也是为了让神之眼重焕光芒，我就举办了南十字武斗会。如果你没有神之眼的话，这不就是最好的机会获得属于你的神之眼吗？
是啊，比起什么武斗会，我们更想知道要怎么去到期。
到期？你们想要去那个地方吗？
早说嘛，不就是去到期，没问题。那如果你赢了，奖励就变成无主的神之眼，去到期的死兆星号船票，2选1好了。
你只是想让他参加你的武斗会吧？
为什么不呢？强者越多，武斗会就会越精彩。而你是我无论如何都想邀请的参赛者。
那怎么办呢？为了去到期，还是要参加的吧？
那就先去会场报名吧。武斗会的会场就在孤云阁，等会儿我和万叶也会过去的。
接下来，只需要等时间给我答案了，倒也不坏。
我们先了解一下参赛者的情况吧。北斗说，参赛者需要响亮的名头，我们会对上的都是什么样的人？
年轻人，看样子你也是来参加南十字武斗会的吧？也就是说，我的竞争对手又多了一个。
你也是冲着冠军来的吗？
对呀，既然要参赛，目标只有可能是冠军。对我来说，神之眼应该是我最后也是最关键的一块拼图了。不是具体想去做什么，而是想要成为一个完美的人。唉，虽然这么说有点自夸，但我这前半辈子一帆风顺，从来没有遇到过挫折，各种考试从来都没有失败过。做生意很轻松的就赚了很多钱，社交场上当然也是左右逢源。在大家的眼里，我是个完美的人，但我并没有被这些高评价冲昏头脑。我知道我距离完美还缺一个东西，那就是神之眼。
像你这么自信的人真的很少见。
哈，这不重要。我在南十字船队也有认识的人，他知道我是个很厉害的人，所以为我特别安排了参赛资格。我也带了好多人来帮我加油助威，都是关系很好的街坊邻居。当然，我也花了好几天的时间学了些秘传功夫，凭我的天分，随便就能在这种武斗会获胜吧。哼，口气不小嘛。那我们赛场上比试比试就知道了。好了，比赛之前我还要做点准备，等会儿请期待我的登场吧。
你好，请问你是来参加南十字武斗会的吗？
对呀，你们已经报过名了吗？那我觉得你们还是先去了解一下报名规则吧，因为南十字武斗会不是任何人都可以参加的。武斗会需要比划拳脚、舞刀弄枪，要是报名的人没有本事，只想凑热闹，那到最后肯定会受伤。谁都不希望这种事出现，对吧？
这个规则之前就听说了，不过我想知道你有什么响亮的名头呢？
我嘛，是之前吃虎岩自由搏击赛的第2名。
听起来好像不太正规的样子。
怎么会？难道你们没听说过吗？ 这是经常会举办的比赛。我参加的那一次，有好几十个人参加呢。除了比赛的荣誉，我还帮千岩军抓过盗宝团，有2个逍遥法外的家伙都是被我收拾的。哼，他们居然趁着夜深偷到我的头上来了，真是不知道厉害。那时候我一个左勾拳就打在瘦子的脸上，他踉跄着退了2步，结果旁边那个胖子居然直接掏出了刀，可我一点都没有退缩，反身一腿，那刀就朝上飞去，插进了房梁。哈哈哈哈哈！对呀，就算是空手以1敌2，我也全然没落下风。虽然最后受了不轻的伤，但还是把他们2个制服，扭送千岩军了。我也因此获了嘉奖。
但对我们来说，同时应付4、5个盗宝团也是家常便饭了。我们再去其他地方转转。
我们赛场上再见吧，我是不会输给年轻人的。
你好，请问你们也是来参加南14武斗会的吗？
想要精进武艺，就要更多的在实战中积累经验。师傅是这么教导我们的。不过对我们来说，除了将比赛当作训练之外，也很想拿到那个没有主人的神之眼。
是的，如果有了神之眼，我们就一定会成为师傅最得意的弟子了。
这位师傅听起来很厉害啊，是很有名的人吗？
是啊，他是灵山派的开山祖师，非常有本领。我和我的师弟都是这一派的传人。这很正常，因为刚刚成立不久，远不如我们师傅知名。他是位武学大师，自创了很多门功夫，听说有10几个门派的武学都受了他的影响。而他在灵山派传授的是一种叫化劲的功夫。
化劲？
这是一种气功，能够运作周身的元气，不动1分1毫就能化解外来的攻击。比如我们的师傅就可以轻易扭转对手的拳路，又或者是让扔向他的石头偏转方向。
还曾经把一个挑战者震飞了出去呢。
确有其事，只是非常难。我们修习了很长时间，也只是学到了皮毛，还不能熟练运用。
唉，只怪我们天资不够聪慧，无法迅速掌握要领。但再这样下去，我们就快交不起学费了。
还要学费的吗？
那是当然了，师傅可是武学大师，每天都很繁忙的，想让他亲自指点，怎么都要表达一些诚意吧。
可是，总是请师傅指点，却始终没有长进，师傅的脸色也越来越难看了。后来我们听说，古华派有一位神之眼拥有者加入，武学上一下子就有了进展。
那如果我们也拿到了神之眼，应该也能让师傅满意了吧？
没关系，能想到的办法都要试试嘛。如果只是等着，情况也不会变好的。
对啊，但是一旦成功了的话，灵山派的名字就会载入史册，到时候振臂一呼，就会有8方响应。就算是成为礼乐第1宗门，也不是不可能的事。
好像有自我感觉良好的，有像是被骗了的，有
青侧庄班手腕冠军，这个荣誉，还是通过好了。麻烦下一位来报名吧。首先，请告诉我你的名字。难道是那一位？
我没听错吧？
真的是那个人？
哎，那个人没有神之眼吗？居然来参加这场武斗会？那个，我核实一下，你就是帮助璃月港击退了魔神的旅行者吗？
果然是他，
在送仙典仪上跟克勤大人讲话的那个人。
等会儿能不能找他签名啊？你应该知道，这场武斗会是只允许没有神之眼的人参加的吧？真的吗？可是传闻中你的战斗能力出神入化，多次闯入险境之中，无论是魔神还是鱼人众，都不是你的对手。
但他就是没有神之眼啦，不信你们完全可以来找找看。
抱歉，无意冒犯，我 我相信大英雄是不会说谎的。那能请你报上一些荣誉吗？虽然对你来说这只是走个形式，但如果你能说一下，也方便我来登记。讨伐了魔神奥塞尔这一条，我已经知道了。还有别的吗？
还和风魔龙特瓦林交过手啊。这
冠军肯定是他的了。
我想知道现在退赛还是不是来得及？我知道了，我知道了，有这些完全足够了。我从来没见过这么豪华的荣誉背景。好了，已经登记完毕。接下来由我为你们介绍一下比赛的奖品。既然大英雄要参加这场武斗会，一定是剑指冠军，想要拿到这枚珍贵的神之眼吧？
我们不是为了这个来的啦。北斗答应了我们，只要能夺冠，就会带我们去到期。
还有追加奖励，从来没听说过呀。
我觉得就是因为北斗开出了优厚的条件，才能请到大英雄吧。
但是大英雄居然想去到期那种危险的地方吗？原来是这样，和大姐头提前谈好了条件啊。毕竟谁都没想到你会来参赛，就连我也很吃惊。总之，预选赛即将开始，你可以先去做一些准备，商量一些对策。
对了，这场武斗会是不允许有神之眼的人参加的。虽然你没有神之眼，但在提瓦特，大家都认为只有拥有神之眼的人才能使用元素力。为了不被误解，你在比武的时候也不要使用元素力吧。感觉这种程度的对手，对你来说就算没有元素力，也能够轻松取胜。那就参赛吧，我看好你。
看你自信满满的样子，你希望现在就开始？那么，请跟我进入会场。
引人注目的种子选手，他的第一场比赛已经开始了。
原来你是那位大英雄啊！那我要怎么才能赢啊？
感觉还不如普通人，不知道他的自信心从哪里来的。好啦，既然赢了，去找北斗吧，他好像有话要说。
不愧是我看好的种子选手。哎，你也看到了吧，万叶，他战斗的时候一点都不拖泥带水，赢得又干净又利落。
是啊，不过感觉就像是收敛了些力量，不想让对方受伤一样。
大大小小的战斗我也经历过无数次了，只看这一场，我也能清楚感觉到他强劲的实力，所以不需要吝啬你的赞美之词哦。
如果要夸奖的话，我想想，打得不错。
好吧，本来想让你说点诗词助助兴，但还是算了，果然不应该为难你。其实刚刚有很多参赛者都来找我说，完全没想到璃月的大英雄会来参加这场比武，报名的人也一下子多了好多，其中不乏武艺高强之人。我觉得很多人都是想要和你一分高下的。所以我在想，应该给你一个更符合夺冠热门选手的待遇。一方面，不希望你在对抗普通选手的过程中消耗太多体力；另一方面，你应该也期待更热烈的对决吧。所以，我就直接让你晋级半决赛了。
哎，刚刚那一场还是预选吧，直接就到半决赛，也太随意了吧。
大姐头性格如此，你是劝不住她的。而且就算凭实力，我觉得这位大英雄也能走到半决赛。
这我倒是同意。
那么我们先看看其他人的比赛吧，看看有资格挑战你的人究竟有怎么样的来头。终于来了，终于来了，今天的重头戏。
哼，大姐头对这场比赛的期待颇高，我很久没见她如此兴奋了。你的对手突破了重重考验，闯入半决赛，已是身经百战之人。可能他的实力仍不及你，但也切勿掉以轻心。那么就让我看看，你是否做好了突破那片雷暴的准备。
话先说到这里吧，观众都等不及了。你还是去找场边负责报名的那位船员，他会带你上场的。
你的半决赛对手名不见经传，却是一匹黑马。我没有在质疑大英雄的实力，只是希望你能做好万全的准备。
这种水平的对决，他没可能输的啦。
好的，那我们进场吧。
终于，我们迎来了万众期待的半决赛。英雄和黑马，究竟谁能更胜一筹呢？
奖品没兴趣，不过你很强，这就够了。
功夫不错，
出了很多汗，很不错。我承认。是你要更胜一筹，我还需要锻炼。
是啊，刚刚真的好险。如果你拥有神之眼的话，一定会特别厉害吧？
小时候我也想要神之眼，他们说只要够强就有机会，但是拿不到。后来我就没兴趣了。神之眼没有肌肉来的实在。我也打赢过拿神之眼的人，那种力量。是神给的，我不羡慕。
咦，那你不是冲着那个没有主人的神之眼来的吗？
不，我只是想比武，比比看是谁更强。只有败北，才能感悟差距，才有机会成长。所以我很高兴，败北是很难得的事。
这才像真正有实力的人说出来的话。
以后有机会，再来比武吧，我会继续成长的。
你知道谁会参加决赛吗？那个人是不是比你还厉害？
有没有我厉害，我不知道，但我听说他很快，不要掉以轻心。
他走了，我们多打听一下决赛的对手吧，感觉要认真起来。
是你呀！我看到你的比赛了，打得非常精彩啊！我第3轮就被淘汰了。哎，可惜了，要是能再坚持1轮就好了。
你知道是谁最后进了决赛吗？
就是当时淘汰我的那个人呐，他挺厉害的，身手敏捷，知道怎么抓人破绽。我只是失误了一下，就被放倒在地了。我这个体格，要和我拼力气我不会怕，但要比灵敏，我可就没什么办法了。但我觉得他还是跟你差远了。
你的师兄呢？
他想要化金硬接拳头，结果被正中鼻梁，当场就出了很多血。对方也慌了，一直在问他为什么不闪，但他已经踉踉跄跄，话都说不出来了。为什么不闪？这就是灵山派的功夫呀，只是没练好罢了。别说了，师兄受伤之后，我费了好大的力气扶他上了回港的船。回来的时候，我的轮次已经过了。这件事我也不敢告诉师傅，不然肯定又是一顿臭骂。不好意思，不该在你们面前抱怨的。但因为我忙得晕头转向的，你们想问什么，我应该也帮不上忙。
那好吧，希望你的师兄平安无事，你也要振作起来。
嗯，谢谢。好
像没有什么有用的情报。 我们去找北斗打听一下吧，他应该比较清楚。
精彩绝伦，实在值得盛赞。我能感觉到你有点不习惯，这也一度让战斗陷入困局，但你迅速调整了态势，取得了对决的胜利，这才是最难能可贵的实力。其实是听出来的，有沙石和呼吸的声音。不过，不是什么值得一提的事。这种程度，大姐头也能看得出来。
的确是这样，不过我就是单纯靠经验了。对你来说，这也是非常新鲜的体验，对吧？
我们想打听一下，决赛的对手是怎么样的人？会比半决赛这个人更强吗？
这倒不会，闯进决赛的人与其说强，不如说很有特点。他很快，以身法见长，而且一看就有丰富的实战经验。怎么了？担心在决赛上会有点措手不及？
既然如此，我有一个好的提议，跟我去安静一点的地方吧。之前并没有介绍，其实，在到期的时候，我是一名浪人武士。
这倒是能从你的衣服上看出来，但你一说起话来，又不像是舞刀弄枪的人。
文能长书，武能横刀。漫漫流浪之路上，多一门技艺又有何不好？虽不敢自诩武艺超群，但也见过大陆各处形形色色的高手。你决赛的对手所擅长的技巧，我也略知一二。以你的天资，我只需稍加提示，你一定能想到破解之法。
喂，这是不是有点犯规了？
情报收集也是对决的一部分，并无不妥之处。他们从蒙德一路走来，经历了诸多恶战，能够连战连捷，靠的也并不只是勇武。
没错。等等，我们好像没说过我们去过蒙德吧？
所到之处，你们会在自然中留下足迹，而自然会回馈给你们特殊的气息。但这种气息能给我的提示，终究无法触及本质。我还有很多好奇的问题没有找到答案。跟我走吧，就当是赛后的余兴。此处四下无人，我就开门见山问了。其实你能够很熟练地运用元素力，而且不止一种，对吧？
从见面开始，你好像就话里有话，原来早就察觉到了呀。
不在会场提及，是考虑到如果被其他参赛者知道了你会使用元素力，会招来不必要的误解。就算在比赛中战至险境，你也没有使用元素力，也是出于相同的考虑吧？我所言之见与闻，并不只是出于诗性，而是确有其事。我很小的时候，就能够理解大自然的信息。我能听到风的呼吸，树叶的低语，从你的身上听到了相似的东西，仅此而已。
虽然难以置信，但感觉不像是在说谎呢。
和你们的难以置信相比，我的这点能力简直微不足道。不依靠神之眼，就可以驱动多种元素力的人类，还有味道无比复杂、不知来自何方的神秘生物。
不要用味道来评价我啊！
关于这种复合的元素力是如何获得的，可以讲给我听听吗？难以理解。那你又是怎么学会运用元素力，将其用到战斗中的呢？
嘿嘿，没有啦，我只是把我想到的事告诉他了而已。漫长的旅途，各种各样的事，回顾与展望，他有感而发，自然而然的就学会了元素的使用方法。老实说，我也完全不知道其中的原理。
或许，这种不可理解，才是神明与神之眼的本质吧。不过，我还是想亲眼看看，你是如何使用元素力的。或许我能获得一些启发，我也会将我掌握的信息分享给你，这样也算合理的交换吧。那么，就用一旁的这个挑战，小试身手吧。
别白费功夫。你的性命，
别想逃开哦！
去。
你的战斗能力着实无可挑剔，就算你的决赛对手灵动迅捷，应该也无法从你这里讨到便宜。闯入决赛的那位参赛者，他非常擅长调整呼吸，保持平衡，能做出常人难以完成的动作。他的胜利几乎都是靠奇袭获取的。但换言之，只要格外留心他利用破绽的本领，他的攻击就不构成威胁了。不必道谢。见识到了违背常理的元素力运用方式，应该道谢的是我才对。果然，这个世界是如此神秘，总会有完全未知的情况出现。
感觉你对神之眼有某种执着，但你不是已经有了吗？感觉不需要深究元素力和神之眼的关系了吧？
我想知道的是，神之眼对于神明来说意味着什么？又是什么让神明做出刺下神之眼的决定？抱歉，对你们来说应该是不知所谓的事。既然让我有幸见识到你们的神奇之处，作为报答，你们对道期有什么疑问，我会向你们解答。居然是好奇这个吗？哼，那我再讲明白一点吧。你们也知道，道期正在施行眼收令，神之眼本就是来自神明的馈赠，人们接受了这份礼物，现在却又要莫名其妙的被收缴，有时还会引来杀身之祸。如果当初七神心中各有标尺，将神之眼赐予众生，那如今的雷之神是对这个行为产生了怀疑吗？许久都没有新的雷元素神之眼出现，或许也昭示了雷电将军的态度吧。
他听起来是一位很霸道的神。
据我了解，他是执着于追求永恒的神，会将自己的想法冷酷无情地贯彻。但离月的契约是为了离月众生，而道期如今的永恒，又给民众带来了什么呢？至少，被困于重锁之中的道期人民，现在过得并不算好吧？
听起来很像是你们当初遇到的那个神会干出来的事。
你们以前见过雷神？被时间改变的，只有可能是我们，绝不会是将军大人。如果你要找他，那他便永远在那里。总有一天，我也要从他那里获得永恒的答案。好了，时间也差不多了，决赛应该要开始了。
对啊，聊了好多道期的事，都忘记还有比赛了。
如果没有其他事要做，我们就一起回去吧。好。 好，那就即刻动身。我很……
怎么还没有来？算了，还是先开始你的隆重登场好了。各位，安静一下，注意这边。紧张刺激的男十字武斗会终于来到了最后的决赛。经历了许多惊心动魄的比试之后，终于有2位选手来到了今天的舞台之上。首先，我要介绍的这一位，大家就算没有见过，也一定听过他的名声。他就是令魔神奥赛尔也为之胆寒，愚人众的执行官也闻之色变的璃月的异乡人英雄。
哦，等了好久了。
想必在半决赛的时候，大家都看到了他的精彩表现。今天的决赛精彩程度一定会更胜一筹。而我们的另一位选手，现在还没有到场。唉，真是的，搞什么去了？决赛又不能像是之前的比赛，直接判定弃权。抱歉，麻烦大家再稍等一会儿。不管怎么样，如果还不到场的话，这场决赛就只能延期了。
等等，我觉得有点奇怪。大姐头，我们去检查一下奖品吧，就是那个放置神之眼的盒子，你也跟我们过来。
我看看，那颗神之眼居然不见了，
是被偷了吗？光天化日之下，谁能做得到这种事？
而且也不知道是什么时候下的手。哼，没料到趁我兴起，有人敢钻我北斗的空子。
不用太着急，再高明的手法也瞒不过自然的眼睛。行窃的人是刚刚下手的，并且还没有跑得太远。神之眼是我许诺的奖品，没有看好它也是我的责任，我会负责把它找回来的。
既然你这么说，那只能这样了。我要留在这里，给这些来看武斗会的人一个解释。
对了，你也跟我一起去吧。跟我来吧，我能感觉到风快要来了。
风场，
正好有风吹过，现在是最好的时机。乘风而起吧，就这样去找接下来的线索。
耶嘿！
说起来，你是怎么想到要检查奖品的？
因为他在偷的时候，我就听到了。
那你为什么不阻止他？
等会儿你就知道了。
扭转不息。棒棒炸弹！
活着难逃。
风指引我们继续前进，他在对面上岸了。
又是听到的，到底是什么样的声音呢？
得意过头吧。这个方向，跟我来。路上可能会遇到伏击，不过你应该早有准备了吧？
兄弟们，他们来了，给我上！
盗宝团，看来和我猜的差不多，那就请你们把路让出来吧。
怎么会有人比我跑得还快？为了顺利逃跑，我还提前准备了船，居然一下子就被追上了。
船再快，也比不上风的速度啊。
风？你在说什么？啊，我明白了，是你神之眼的能力吧？可恶！要是我也有神之眼，或者如果我能让这颗神之眼亮起来，你们怎么可能追得到我？
和神之眼无关。或许你很擅长在人群中销声匿迹，但显然你还不知道如何甩开自然的目光。此外，逃跑路径的选择也破绽百出，而且我寻风而来的路上，还听到了你得意洋洋的炫耀与放声大笑。换句话说，神偷的3项信条：迅速、隐秘、优雅，你一项都没有做到。
你。
但比起这些，更令我失望的是你手中神之眼的状态。果然，他不会无差别的回应愿望呢。
行吧，行吧，这次算我认栽了。这神之眼我盯上他很久了，听说这次武斗会的参赛者都是不入流的家伙，我就报了名，一路打到了决赛。
原来你就是我们的决赛对手啊！
本来我以为凭实力夺冠也没问题，结果就是因为你们突然杀了出来。我看了半决赛，我当场就知道我没有半点胜算，但都已经到这份上了，我肯定不甘心放弃神之眼呢。既然明争行不通，那我就趁大家的注意力在北斗和你的身上时，用上了我老本行的技巧。明明我的准备已经够充分，结果还是被你们追上了。该死，还是不甘心呢。赤裸裸的威胁啊！行，不过你要说话算话，反正我拿到他，他也没被唤醒，那就只是个没用的壳子而已。
那怎么行？光是偷东西这一项罪责，按海上的规矩，就应该断臂赎罪。
哎，不至于吧？
再加上你偷走了奖品，没有参加决赛，让南14船队的首领北斗丢了面子。看来，还要用烫红的烙铁，在你的脸上烙下“小偷”2字，才算公允吧？
喂，不用这么狠吧？
可恶，没想到你这个人这么心狠手辣。既然没得谈，那还废什么话？我跟你们拼了！你想干嘛？
永别了，去你的！
君子报仇，10年不晚。
可恶！不要，只有老子千万不要！求求你了！
生死攸关，已尽全力之人，依然无法令神明垂青。留下神之眼，快走吧！我心意已改，之前的责罚不作数了。
哎，
怎么？难道你又想主动受罚了？那我当然无所谓，这种符合武士之道的觉悟值得赞赏。
不，怎么可能呢？谢谢放过，谢谢大人有大量。
没太明白，你只是故意想吓唬他？
我没有这种古怪的兴趣，只是神之眼还在他的手上，我想试试最后的可能性。人被逼入绝境之时，会爆发出相当强大的力量。我原以为这会成为神之眼亮起的契机，可惜什么都没有发生。是的，我只想知道熄灭的神之眼有无重燃的可能性。从察觉到他在偷内核神之眼的时候起，我就决定用它来做这场实验了。而且在过去的时间里，我也已经尝试过许多种办法。虽然无主的神之眼还能重新发光这种事，我只在少数传说中听说过。但既然见识到了你可以同时掌控多种元素，还有什么是不可能的呢？来，你也试试看吧，看看你能不能给我理想的答案。
看起来没有什么特殊的反应呢。
原来如此，就算是你也不行。没关系，这也是意料之中的事。那这枚神之眼就可以继续陪着我了。
对啊，这个神之眼有什么特殊的由来吗？
那就不得不提及一位故人了。他曾是我的挚友。那天他向我问起，可曾听说过无响的一刀？我说自然。那一刀只有神罚降下之时才可得见。那一刀是雷电将军武艺的极致，是最强的象征。可他说，那一刀未必无法企及，总会有地上的生灵敢于直面雷霆的微光。后来延寿令不期而至，民众的愿望逐渐沦为砌筑永恒的砖瓦。在我无奈四处流离之时，却听闻他向延寿令的执行者发起了御前决斗。御前决斗庄重而又残酷，败者将面临神罚，胜者可迎娶转机。或许他在想，他是最适合站出来的人，直面那无响的一刀，本就是他毕生所愿。可当我抵达天守阁时，决斗已然结束，只听到神罚之后，他的断刀落地的声响。那就是他想要见证的光芒吧。在最后一刻，他的脸上会是怎样的神情？来不及猜想，我只是上前夺走了那颗光芒涣散的神之眼，随后逃离。我只知道，不能让他那炽烈的愿望被弃进冰冷的神像之中。可能我现在做的一切，最后会发现都是无意义的。但浪然武士的一生，除了旅途的意义和沿途的花鸟风月，还有心中的道。
万叶，
哼，不过是随性而为而已。好了，是时候回去了。那么，就再一次由我引你成风。
咦，北斗不在这里了吗？他回船上去了。
大姐头的话，他被宁光叫走了，好像是因为这次南十字武斗会规模超出了报备的数倍，实在不能视而不见。大姐头一边骂着扫兴的女人，一边去礼乐港了。
哼，和宁光之间的各种矛盾，也算是常有的事了。
不过，大姐头最遗憾的还是没能见证冠军的诞生。走之前一直在念叨这件事。
其实偷走神之眼的，就是这位大英雄原本的决赛对手，因为自知毫无胜算，才萌生了盗走奖品的邪念。这样一来，这场南十字武斗会的结果，应该尘埃落定了才是。
原来是这样。那么根据规则，那个人就算失去了资格，冠军就是大英雄的了。
这样夺冠还挺意外的。
没关系，没关系，我觉得这叫实至名归。 我现在就把特别准备的冠军奖牌交给你。
应该是的。虽然现在大姐头不在，但之后我会转告他。以他的性格，说到定会做到。不过，前往到期的海路很不好走，风雨无时无刻不在咆哮。无休的暴风雨，其实也是雷电将军锁国意志的一种体现。
意志就连天气都可以改变吗？
那可是陈氏七执政。就像离月的摩拉克斯投下岩枪造就孤云阁，雷电将军可以唤起永恒的风暴，也不值得大惊小怪。总之，若要驶向到期，此兆信号还需要一点时间。准备停当之后，你们会收到通知的。这段时间我也要四处走走，看看离月的广袤大地上有没有唤醒神之眼的契机。谢谢。希望我们各自的旅途都能寻到意义。我还有一句告诫，在无尽雷暴的前方，可能是你们最艰难的一段旅途。
你真棒，嘿嘿。那接下来就轮到可莉了，对吧？对，那边的机关就交给你了。好。可莉知道了。可莉，怎么了吗？可莉担心这里面真是嘟嘟大魔王，该怎么办？万一嘟嘟大魔王不认同可莉成为嘟嘟可的家人，或者万一可莉输给了他，那嘟嘟可就不能陪着可莉了，妈妈也会很难过。嘟嘟可是妈妈送给可莉的重要朋友，然后就改案了。终于骑士姐姐，能不能请你来帮我按呢？为什么呀？
是啊，可莉，我们大家都在这里陪着你。
人多势众，说的就是这种场面吧？
不论是什么样的敌人，只要有我们在，就不用害怕。
正好，我也想见识一下这座岛上的敌人有多强。
去吧，我在这里。
大家不要说这种话呀，万一嘟嘟大魔王只是请可莉去他家友好商谈呢？又或者，对，说不定他已经承认了可莉。他会承认可莉吗？
为什么不会呢？可莉非常认真，做得很好。
真的吗？那可莉要上了，按钮，按。
这是……等等，我都糊涂了，这是什么？
整座岛简直像是藏在能量罩底下的巨大礼物箱。
那里好像有什么东西哦，不去看看吗？
要看。
邪恶的红色女孩，你终于来了！我等得太久太久，实在是好无聊啊！你胆敢面对我，都督一族的统治者，都督大魔王，勇气可嘉。勇气虽然值得敬佩，但现在已经没有意义了，因为都督大魔王就是我，你的妈妈爱丽丝哦。
哎，妈妈，爱丽丝是那个写提瓦特游览指南的人。
可莉，还有陪同可莉一起前来海岛的各位，你们好啊！如何？这片海岛好玩吗？夏天的阳光和海滩，应该是个不错的假日吧？不用找了，我不在你们身旁。面前这台正在说话的机器是我发明的爱丽丝留声机，用于传递妈妈的爱啊。
哦，这可真是……
哎呀，不会吓到大家了吧？啊，抱歉抱歉，我家可莉喜欢玩各式各样的小玩具，作为母亲的我自然要支持了。
这些玩具一点都不小。
妈。
啊，不能见面很可惜，但我会从远方留意着你们的一举一动，像过去那样守望着各位。
竟然是爱丽丝女士，我大意了。
也许各位会为这一切感到奇怪，为什么一个离家千里的母亲要大费周章地建造这样一座水上乐园呢？叮叮，没错，我也亲自去过那座岛，对岛上古老的遗迹和特殊的地形很是喜爱。为了让大家都享受到这份快乐，才做了这些安排。
可莉的妈妈也是个非常自由的人呢。
是不是有人在说我坏话呀？
没有啊，他是在监听吗？
不需要这么麻烦。
什么意思啊？
可莉的母亲爱丽丝是一位极其神秘又近乎万能的魔女，千万别太惊讶，她就是这样的人。
你们一定在想，那些信是怎么回事？那些船又是怎么回事？还有那些浮标、能量罩。其实我也觉得有些大费周章了，但只有这样才能把各位请来这里，不是吗？那座岛本就很有故事，原住民、沉船、神秘机械，无数巧合汇聚在此。要是不做些布置，岂不是太浪费了？让我猜猜看，收到信的各位应该都在吧？凯亚先生、迪卢克先生、雷泽小朋友、秦小姐、芭芭拉小姐，然后是可靠又聪明的小阿贝多，以及神秘的旅行者和他的好伙伴派蒙。你们都是受我邀请前来陪伴可莉的人，谢谢你们，让这孩子过了一个不错的夏天。岛上的一切都是我给你们的礼物，谢谢你们陪着他。不过等你们听到这段录音，我应该已经在别处旅行了吧？旅行生活是如此匆忙又有趣。问问你们身旁那位旅行者就知道了。
爱丽丝女士是因为太忙无法陪伴可莉才做这些的吗？
不是啊，妈妈就是这样的。
各位，如果你此刻正在思考更深一层的用意，我必须得说，情况没有你想的那么复杂。我之所以中意蒙德这座城邦，是因为自由也正是我们母女的期望哦。我的愿望很简单，希望可莉怀抱着好奇心与善意长大，只要她想，她就能做任何事，去任何地方。
原来如此，确实是爱丽丝女士的风格。抱歉，是我误会了。
总觉得是好有性格的妈妈呢。妈妈是最好的妈妈哦。妈妈，这次我们抓鱼、开船、游泳，玩了很多很多东西，大家都超级好，对可莉非常温柔。下次你也一起来，我们再到这里玩。
母女俩都是自由自在的精灵啊。
夏天啊，说到夏天，我去那座岛时刚好也是夏天呢。坐在沙滩上，倾听着海浪拂过脚背发出的细响，就想到了你。可莉，你是出生在夏天的孩子，是海与风送给妈妈的礼物。妈妈很感谢你的诞生，也想送点东西给你。于是妈妈在岛上做了些布置， 把古老的遗迹改造成夏日游乐园，再用嘟嘟大魔王的名义请你过来。异世界传说里有过一座以金苹果为名的奇迹之岛，它有多种化名，承载着人们对美好幻梦的想象。妈妈喜欢那个故事，也希望你能享受到故事中的美好之事。所以妈妈送你碧蓝的海水、珍珠般白亮的细沙、不可思议的乐园，和那些爱你的人。
所以水晶才只有3块吗？花瓣般的浅红色，海浪般的浅蓝色，秋叶般的浅黄色。
或许在爱丽丝看来，这片群岛就是天然存在的第4块水晶吧。位于大海正中，被植被覆盖的绿宝石般璀璨的夏之水晶。
可莉，你和妈妈一样，是比普通人更长寿的种族。对我们而言，时间是一阵风，吹过便是结束。在如此漫长的生命里，父母不过是孩子人生的第1环。即使我们不愿分离，终有一日，你也会走上属于自己的路。可莉，妈妈会一直爱你，但除了妈妈，还有许多人围在你身旁，陪伴你的好友，教导你的老师，哪怕知道有蹊跷，也愿意为了你留在岛上的人们。夏天是属于大家的，无论生活如何变化，无论这一年发生多少事，夏天都不会消失，就像人们之间的爱一样。希望你从今以后，无论去往何处，都不要忘记，世界上有那么多爱你的人。啊，对了，在家也要听阿贝多哥哥的话，妈妈会定期回来看望你们。其实啊，我一有空就会偷偷回来探望可莉和大家。嘿嘿，谁都没有发现吧？
还是老样子啊，爱丽丝阿姨。
阿贝多这家伙，该不会从一开始就知道了吧？
时间差不多了，就先说到这里吧。对了，我做这些费了不少力气，你们一定要尽情的玩哦。那么各位，还有我的宝贝可莉，下次再见喽。
妈妈再见。嘿，大魔王就是妈妈，不知为什么可莉觉得好开心。不管是炸蒙德大门的妈妈，被关禁闭的妈妈，还是写奇怪的信给我的妈妈，可莉都好喜欢。不会，因为妈妈是最厉害的大魔女，无论在哪都陪着可莉，永远不会让可莉感到无聊。可莉最喜欢妈妈啦。荣誉骑士姐姐，你喜欢可莉吗？可莉也很爱你，你要陪着可莉在这里玩个够，否则妈妈会觉得很可惜哦。我还有很多蹦蹦炸弹，还有多多可以一起，我带你去游泳、炸鱼，跟可莉在一起就是开心。喂，快来呀！别让可莉久等了，我们也快过去吧。
炉灶之魔神马克修斯诞生于10块碰撞击出的火星，他司掌炉火与名声，是一位喜爱人类的魔神。1000年前，古人扩建城市，到平原上建立聚落，取名归离吉。灶神惜护民生，画出分身，潜入千家万户，帮着生火做饭，助人团圆。然而，一场洪灾夺去了家园，大水毁灭了归离吉，居民被迫南下，迁回璃月港。路途虽不很远，途中却有狂风骤雨，先人护送民众走了10多天。期间，灶神制作出一种古老的美食，由馕与能祛湿驱寒的肉酱组成，易于携带。后来数百年，大地上有灾难与疾病，灶神不再频繁出现， 而是将全部力量汇入土地，用以平息种种灾害。耗尽力量的灶神知性大减，身形也变得很小，最终与我们告别时，已不足一人高。他将带来幸福的菜式与炉火的奥妙告知帝君与我，自己去往山林，久久地睡去。灶神辞行此事，锅巴便诞生了。醒来那日，他吃到黄衣女孩做的腊肉窝窝头，虽记不得往事，仍被打动了，决意要跟着这个女孩。灶神悄然消失后，每天清晨，商贩早早地开始摆摊吆喝，人们外出采买、生火做饭，与过去每一日并无区别，因为璃月啊，从来都是如此。风雨犹助，山海同欢，是成天地之佑。
星移斗转，沧海桑田，烟火人间依旧。
功名在我，百岁千秋，无望秉烛夜游。今古诸事，激荡中流，宏图待看新秀。
Hello everyone. Since the launch of Sisters of Powers, I've spent my time grinding for the needy, for the essentials. The essential, in my understanding, is the galvanized mods, the arcanes. The mods are quite easy to get, but not the arcanes. You have to farm your gut out for the arcanes in all the steel path missions, especially defense, excavate, or survival. I derived a slightly easier method to lessen the pain, but unfortunately time to invest, there is no escape to it, there's no shortcut to it. The only one shortcut is if you are rich or if you have a lot of plats, you can buy it. And one piece of arcanes for Arcane Merciless goes for 25 plats now, and one full set last check was 600 plats. Of course, the price will drive down later on as soon as people get whole and the supply is more than what we have now. Now it just launched and people does not have that much stock. When Steel Path mission become a routine, price will go down. That one is for sure. But for now, since they are essential, we have no choice but to grind it so that the guns are on par in terms of damage output. Let's look at the build. I'm not saying these are the only builds that you can go for. I would say Mesa, Sarin, Inaros, and the Gloom Wukong are all feasible for this kind of farming. I ended up doing it solo most of the time, except one instance, because I still don't see a lot of people grinding. They may have better team formation, and in fact having a full squad make your life easier. Bit boring, but life easier. But if you are forced into solo grind, Wukong or Inaros probably is your best bet. If you bring Inaros, you need to ensure you have good weapons to take down the enemies. This is my build. You can see I am still one rank away from max rank, and by max rank the reload speed can be reduced or improved, but it doesn't eliminate it altogether, which makes it that much of pain to use in the high level mission. You pretty much still need your melee weapon for high level mission just to survive. I have swapped out my status mod into the full damage cold mod, in particular for the Ogres, because with galvanized aptitude, it can make up for the loss of status chance %. I find new core to be very handy in farming or staying alive in the survival mission. I'll show you why later. The secondary Merciless seems to have a better drop chance than the primary Merciless. Probably it's just luck. So I have a viral new core. You can do corrosive as well. Last but not least, bring your melee weapon. This is still my usual melee weapon build. Condition Overload, Blood Rush, although being nerfed, they are still okay. Berserker Fury works okay once its speed ramps up, but the initial speed is admittedly slow given the on-kill condition. Bring Naramon when you are using melee, and you will be using melee for Steel Path long missions, because when you are surrounded, no matter how good your guns are, you still need to reload, and in those reload out time, you can be one-shotted if you are not having any means to defend yourself. So melee is still needed. I'm just not sure why is it nerfed so badly for such an essential use of weapon. Bring Naramon for the power spike to slow down your combo counter. The newly available galvanized mods and the arcanes has built-in mechanism that slowly ram down the counter instead of missing it or wiping out altogether. That's a plus for DE. I wonder when can we eliminate this in melee. By now I guess it's clear that DE fears AoE weapons. Anything that can do AoE, especially melee or guns with AoE effect, or even frame with AoE effects, it gets nerfed, so-called balanced, to a point where sometimes it's unusable or overdue. That is unfortunate. I personally prefer the survival missions than defense because the spawning of Acolyte is quite consistent. Usually within 5 minutes time frame it will spawn. Sometimes 4.5, sometimes slightly late, but it will spawn like on the dot. If you have Stalker spawn in the first 2-3 minutes, then unfortunately it may spoil your experience, because Steel Path Stalker is really a hard nut to crack for its ability to disable your ability. Unlike the Acolytes where you can just take them down with Gloom. The slowdown effect makes them look dumb and making the killing all the more easier. And because the spawning is consistent, you get to choose when you want to enter or extract, or when Stalker breaks your revive counts, you can extract as needed. Do bring in a good companion. I have Panzer with Link health. If you bring Inaros, the health is 16-17k. It will practically never die as long as you melee, provided your build has Hunter recovery. And since it has the self-revive mechanism, this ensures that you have the companion throughout your mission. And this also works as a Arcane Grace, sometimes better than Arcane Grace because there's no cooldown. So I highly recommend this one for a long stay. Now let's head into the mission and see how we can make our life easier. We can either go to Kelashin or Ares Zabala. Let's go for this one. As you can see, there's not much open squad to it. I was mostly doing it solo. By the way, I have added Gloom to my Inaros build. This is how you make your life easy. Keep doing this for 5 minutes. Watch out for your life support %, and you will be good. And finger crossed that Stalker doesn't spawn, and take away some of your revives. And if ever you have a trade to make, you can always quit at the 5 minutes point and come back. There's nothing to lose. You will still get your arcanes session by session of every 5 minutes spawn. Go for a slanting 45-degree angle and they will come to you. You don't need to come to them. I'm using a controller, so I practically need to disable my vibration so that it doesn't numb my hand. And if it's too tiring, you could just use a rubber band to hold your trigger button, the right trigger, and move around. Or else staying for long is going to be finger numbing and break your finger. The squad mate make your life easier, particularly when they are self-sustained. Catch Moon is a viable option than your new core in output because it has the Pack Seeker arcane that actually can chain your headshot 6-digit damage to the nearby enemies 4 at a time. So start looking at your hit gun damage, hit gun builds. It may surprise you with the headshot boost. Of course, you may not need the Dead Head arcane to function well. You can always use back the Merciless. Just make sure you slot in a Pack Seeker for your hit gun. So if you want to make some quick lats, now is the time. The longer it drags, the lower the price will go. For the first 1-2 weeks, a whole set of grind from your hard work may return you some few hundred plats. It's worth grinding for. That is 10 to 20 plats per 5 minutes. So why not? But I'm sure the market will soon saturate and the cost will go down to maybe 5-10 plats a piece. In another few months time, this will be low in price. So grind when you can, earn when you can. The other reason why I go for infested survival is because of their nature of charging towards you instead of hiding in the corner shooting at you and you need to hunt them down. So in this case, they come to you, you just do the killing and the spawn will keep coming. The gloom make them run slower, chop easier, and then continue to point and shoot. And don't get me wrong, you don't need the full set of the Merciless arcane to be this powerful. Your galvanized mods will be good enough for that purpose to give you 6-digit numbers. So you should be fine going into at least half an hour or more into the survival game. Just make sure you don't die of the toxin prop that is spilled on the floor. Aim at eye level so that you can get their heads, and that gives you that much bit of extra damage for headshots running around killing enemies. Again, if you are doing solo, don't run around like this. Go camp in a room, shoot out at 45-degree angles, and it will chain to the incoming infested and kill them all for you. You don't even need to move that much, except for a slight adjustment of aim. Keep squeezing that trigger is all you need to do. It's easy when you have 2 players as a squad. I did it last night solo. When melees spawns, they kind of do a lantern effect on me and I keep bouncing off, floating into the air. And I'm also facing some weird bug where if I use my auguries to blast the acolyte, despite no self damage, I end up dead. Were they one striking me, or was that because of the auguries? That part I'm not sure. I can't verify, but it occurred to me like a few times. So in essence, don't use new core as your static spraying status anymore. Just use it as a weapon. It's still viable, even the recent buff and the mod buffs. 200k damage, and if your companion health is too low, just do a bit melee and then come back your pew pew. And this is the improved reload speed as provided by the Arcane Merciless. 1-2 seconds only. I should have given him that room treatment earlier. This is the kind of room that I always camp. Just hold up, shoot out, and wait for them to come to you. And they will come to you, especially when you are solo. Unfortunately, I'm not solo this round. Or was it fortunate? This is the favorite room that I camp as they keep coming. I reckon your Atomos can do the same. If you have a good build, try that. And of course, if you can put in your Prime Sure-Footed, it will make your life much easier. Because as the level goes up, the enchant will keep wiping you off your feet. And when you land on a toxin pond, you are pretty much risking your life if you are down. So Prime Sure-Footed, it ensures that you can still reload while you are being knocked away and stay up from the knockdown effect. You can always, of course, melee your way through, which is what I did last night with an Inaros, Panzer, and another randomly matched user with a Lavos. We both chop our way through for an 120 minutes play. Exploit like this is going to make the chaining very deadly for the infested.
It looked dumb doing that in a slow motion. I still remember in the old days they nerfed Toncore for being powerful. So now look at this DE. You make all guns powerful. And I forgot to sprint all this. Wow, it really was a walk in the park. Well, I guess that makes a good thumbnail title for my video. That's the Prime Surefooter in action. The enchant tried to pull me and instead push me instead. And my gun's still up. I can even still reload while doing it. And that is important going into high level mission, because one knockdown can easily get you killed. Prime Surefooter become an essential. Did you see that? There's a 6-digit damage and 600k damage. With gun system at large, the Prime Surefooted mod will become an essential for all the builds, upcoming builds. I newly added in my Prime Surefooted into my Inaros last night, honoring him the Umbra Forma that long due for it, as it's been a while I did not play Inaros. But now look at what I can do with Inaros. Slow-mo treatment. No energy. Park and kill. The strategy is simple. When you park and kill, you retain I retain my energy pool for the occasion when the acolyte spawns. I'll just cast a gloom, or else I'll just keep it there. For Inaros, he doesn't need ability. His ability is his health pool. 40 minutes in, I'm still doing a walk in the park. Thanks to the stunning effect, once the shot chain onto them, they can't harm you, and the other enemies that approaches will get chained in once the current one dead. So you are safe, and no amount of fallout can change that. Where is he? Okay, slow-mo treatment. 2 of course is better than 1. I have much harder time when I was soloing. So up until this point, I have spent around 4-5 hours at least into the farming. Initially it was tough. Wukong keep dying, but with the model established, I think this now become a walk in the park. Thanks to the charging nature of the infested, this is made a lot easier, and the fact that they don't have armors, it make it even easier for you to pull through the 5 minutes points for yet another response. If you recognize the map, if you remember the map, this will become another good spot to camp if you are soloing. Just point out, wait for them to come, and wait for that damage to chain. And of course, having a squad mate disrupting the enemy spawn rates. So let's hack back in. So yeah, the arcane are essential, and I still believe the merciless arcane is the way to go, be it for primary or secondary. If you look at the top right corner, you will see how the arcane slowly ramp down instead of reset back to 0. That is done without any special mods or capability or focus school that is built in. It's the correct way of design. I just wonder why Melee needs one to change that with a mod or even the power spike Naramon school. I think I've covered almost all aspects today. If you find this helpful, please leave your like, share and subscribe. It helps to support the channel, give us motivation to continue, to provide you better content. See you in the next video. Hope you enjoy the drop and hope you enjoy the legendary MR test. Some said they feel back to square one, back to bronze. I feel the same for them, and it's for the same reason I'm not eager for the MR rank up anymore. Probably MR30 is a good one for the blessings and additional slots, but beyond that, I'm not seeing a good reward or return out of that other than the hosting opportunity. And given the mod design, there is no reason for Carrier Prime anymore. As you can see, my ammunition never went below. It's now the era of companions, not Sentinel. Carrier no longer serves the needs. Helios Prime, because of the nerf, is dead. It's all companion now. Perhaps with the latest Hound system, maybe with the Panzer or even Smita, just not Sentinel. Thanks to the enemies around, I can quickly ramp up. See that? No. Go to your slow-mo mode and die. Go back to the pew-pew mode. We now have level 200 enemies. Slow-mo. This is the lantern mode that I was saying.
Here you can see the Panzer, although that's still spiking with his viral proc every 4 seconds, which means your health is preserved. And it will regen in 90 seconds, perfect for long endurance runs. Here to showcase the melee 12x slash damage build for Cronen without Riven. Oh hi. Lantern. When there's no one around, the enemy will spawn from the room. But when you occupy the room, enemies will not spawn here, and you can just camp. If you are using primary like Ogres, you time your shots when in late game like this. 3 bullets means pew 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 in that rhythm, and then you know when you need to evade. When you're out, let him reload, engage, 3 shots, and then evade. With prime sure-footed, you can shoot on the feet. I can foresee that the additional improved reload time with the Arcane Merciless will help guns like Ogres because of the rapid reloading. That shortens the downtime, but that doesn't eliminate you from being hit or even one shot. And don't forget the melee can do lifesteal. In this case, lifesteal for the Panzer. We don't have a mechanism to lifesteal for the Panzer with guns yet, or lifesteal for the frame itself. So as long as that cycle doesn't complete, we will be swapping among the 2 weapons. As long as I'm meleeing, my Panzer will stay alive and he will keep me alive. The new core is still viable at level 300 as long as you aim for the head. I get one-shotted. Level 300, 05. Lazy mode on. Hide in a pit and shoot whatever that comes, and it works. Look at the kill rate. We are still at 80% with all the life support outside. Approaching 120 minutes without breaking a sweat. Enemy level 470. Enemy level 503, 504. If you look at the arcane proccing, is always on. The same for the galvanized mods. Level 500, level 644, 670, level 700, level 800, 841, level 1100, level 1200, 172 minutes, level 1000 plus 1200. And this is a random match endurance run. Not bad, huh? Thanks for watching. If you find this helpful, please like, share and subscribe. See you in the next video. Finally, a max rank Merciless. That takes forever. Also a max rank Dexterity. MR29 test. This test requires a fast killing with ramp up enemy levels. The easy way to counter that is a Valban, Vortex, and with the latest launchers, AoEs, you can pretty much take them down quite easily. Or bring a good melee and slash them. The counter max at 14-15 seconds, so you need to keep killing to maintain your counter. You can also do the shooting from a distance, but since melee has unlimited hits, doesn't require ammo, you can do this indefinitely. So at this point I'm already 62. I am wondering what if I'm down. I can't be down. The time doesn't allow that. I can have more than I have 3 attempts, looks like, but it will reset the counter. So don't die, or you need to redo it again and again and again. It will consume your armor, it will consume your ammo, so might as well just vortex them, kill them fast. The faster you kill, the faster it spawns, and the faster the enemies will ramp up. Just bring a max range Valban and you'll be fine. Enemy level plus 40. I wonder what level are they now? 90, 91. This will end soon. Good. I think it's easy. Let's do the actual run.
Tenno, you are but one against the Horde. Your survival depends on speed. Go.
Cast Vortex and do my business. Make sure you cast the vortex between the two pillars, because that's the far edge that you don't want to fall into. As long as you keep killing, you're okay. If you don't do the vortex, the toxin pool will easily kill. Likely one shot. That's what I've seen from other video on YouTube. Okay, I'm done. And the glitches. Okay, Mastery Slate. Let's have a quick show on my build. Max range, Raban, no strength, or I can say negative strength. Arcane Energize, if you have it, doesn't matter. I don't think they drop any energy just now. Arcane Guardian, max range as in 280%. I have a preparation with Prime Flow so that I don't need to worry about the energy, but if you don't have that, don't worry, just drop some energy pads. The Envoy, if you want to use Launcher to do the killing, but again you then need ammo pads for restoration. You might run out in the end. Cronen Prime build, this is what I have. I'm pairing this together with a spring-loaded blade for the extra range, for the easier kill, but since Vortex pull things into one singularity point, doesn't matter here. Naramon to keep up with the combo counter. 12x makes a lot of difference towards the end when the enemy level are high. So that's about it. I think this is a really easy one. It's hard to fail, and even if you fail, you have 3 attempts. Good luck. Enjoy your new mastery. See you in the next one. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Thanks for watching. Take care. I was getting all prep up for the 3rd Archon, and then I get this. You just need to take down the 3 targets by taking down the sentients beside it, blow the core, and move to the next one. You don't even need to worry about Nira here, or whichever Archon that left as the 3rd one that you didn't go. A bit of a letdown if you ask me, because I have so pumped up and prepped up for this, given that the previous 2 Archons was pain in the butt to fight. It's not unachievable, it's just that you need to try hard for it. While this one, well, you can just zip through it in 2-3 minutes. That's the length of this video, by the way. So as you can see, once you take down the targets and you are back in your Warframe, just shoot the 3rd Archon with your guns and they are down. And you can then rip their crystal off. I wonder if DE will change this part of the design in the long run, but for now it does seem underwhelming for me. Only history will tell. So this is a short one. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one, where we talk about some real deal boss fights. Or the best spots to summon the Moas are from here, this circle. So to begin with, you need to summon all 3 helpers. One is the Osprey. Summon the Osprey first so that you can keep yourself alive. Then summon the 2 Moa. One is the Breacher that can explode, and the other one that can strike and take down the shield. So your third ability, Moa that takes down the shield, is the one that do the striker thing. So he's going down. Get your Moa ready, your Breacher Moa, the one that explodes. When his shield down and done the flying thing, you can get the explosive Moa to go and attack him. So you kind of need to run around these 3 spots to do the summon. The summon is infinite, as you know by now. It's just that you need to run around so that you get the right guys for the right job. So always keep your Osprey nearby, or else you are gonna go down. And once you have entered the room, these are at each side of the building. See, the Breacher cannot survive. You need to let the drone go together with it. The best spots to summon the Moas are from here, this circle. Cross this line, you get Breacher. Cross this line, you get Striker. And Osprey is just behind you, so you are quite safe here. Spawning into the room. Take note of how the Moa, the Ospreys are being spawned as you move to the circle. So crossing that line, you can also summon the third one. Having all 3 of those, you would then be able to take down the Jackal. The way to do that is ask the Striker to take down the shield, while you and all 2 Moas are under the protection of the Osprey with the shield. As the shield is down, the Jackal will do its flying thing. Don't worry about that. In most cases, the shield will save you from going down together with the 2 Moas. And if the Moas ever go down, you can just respawn them because you are at a sweet spot. To be able to spawn them like just 1 step away, literally. So once it's coming back down, the floor will be filled with lightnings or electricity, so don't go down. You should instead just order your Osprey and Breacher to go together. Osprey will keep your Breacher alive. Breacher will then bomb the Jackal. So for this round, I missed the chance. Shoot at the legs to send it into airborne mode. Once it's in airborne mode, get your Striker to take down the shield. Send it back on the ground. Then you can send your Breacher to blow it off. Let it do its flying thing. Get the Striker to take down the shield. Order the Breacher to go near it, shoot at the Breacher. You are done. Finally, he's dead. Recapping, take this as your middle line. This side you summon your Breacher. This side you summon your Striker. Striker takes down the shield. Osprey keeps you alive. This one bomb the Jackal for you. Bomb it twice and you are done. Simple, right? Thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
raiding this ship for supplies.
Safe and sound.
Ready? Systems. Life support activated. Start.
Operator, the system needs vision.
Feel free to leave your comment below if you have better points, better method, so that the others can get benefit as well. We all learn together. No, that looks like a advertisement board. The most discussed topic after the launch of Sisters of Pavos is of course the hunting of sisters and getting their weapons, their ephemera. But the spawning of sister has bothered me since the beginning, not because I do not have the Granum coins, but because of the Granum Void killing has put a wall in front before any sister can spawn. So let's look at what I have done to overcome the wall and the build I use. Almost all weapons spawning nowadays, if you are aiming for the damage type, the correct damage type, the recommendation will always end up with toxin. Of course, if you are aiming for the ephemera instead, then of course you can try all kinds of progenitor frames. But if you are to spawn toxin, there are only that few viable options. I'm using Sarin because that's one of the proper build frames that I have. There are people using Atlas, Korra. Don't use the wrong frame or else it will spawn a wrong damage type for your standard weapon. Good news is that if you have spawned the wrong one, you can always fix that when later on you try to fuse and upgrade the damage percentage. CE informed that they have added an option to change or to choose when you do the fusing. I haven't tried my fusing yet, so I wouldn't be sharing that here. I'm now farming my second Tenet Tetra, the all new nuke weapon, a room cleaning weapon. Bring the right frame for the right damage type. Bring a weapon that can take down the mission objective. In this case, I would go for capture mission in Pluto. You can of course go for any type of mission that you like, but capture mission is the one with the least constraint, provided you have a weapon that can deal enough damage to take down the objective and keep yourself alive. Also, you may need to take down the, what is that called? The tax collector, the fellow who dropped the coin in Copper's spaceship mission. So make sure you have a weapon that can output enough damage to does the trick. My previous round I used my Auguries, my fully built Auguries, this one, but I am to try with a half-cooked Tetra because it seems that the Tetra is able to provide enough damage for a normal high-level star chart mission. Don't mind about this one, this is just for rank up. So the right frame. The next thing is you have the choice of using a Zoris as your melee. Zoris is given for free as one of the weapon. As I check and research on the internet, it seems that if you are not a Zoris user, you can still hunt down or make the kill in the Granum Void with this minimal build. But I have yet to be able to pull off the explosion, so good luck trying, and feel free to feedback how you do the AoE explosion in the Granum Void to take down enemies in the group. Zoris is a viable alternative because then it means that you can use any frame that you desire to generate any damage type that you like. But this is not the only way. There's an easier way if you have well-built arc guns, and that is the approach that I use. I try with my Marcelon. It doesn't kill it fast enough, but if you have good aims, I reckon you may still able to kill fast enough. Then it triggers means that if you use Larkspur, it actually chains the enemies. And I happen to have a properly built Larkspur, even with a ribbon on it. Not the best I can get, but I think this will suffice. And that's what I bring in. The last one, I took it in with corrosive damage. Now I'm swapping to viral to see what is the outcome. And this, it seems, is able to provide enough damage to take down the Granum Void enemies. You only need to reach rank 1, so the chaining will help. Just shoot at the direction where they are coming in crowd of 2 to 3, and 25 is not hard to hit. Of course, it takes some practice. I wasted my coin like twice, and after that I think it was full smooth sailing, hitting at least rank 1. And once you hit rank 1, the sister will spawn. More to that later when we actually do the spawning. Highly recommend you to go solo mode or friends only, invite only, because you don't want to compete with others who are also trying to spawn the sister. So I'll go on my own, solo mode. You can start with any mission with a linear spaceship. After the reward of the tile set, all these spaceship will have the golden hand that allows you to go into the Granum Void. But do yourself a favor, if you are in Steel Path mission, turn it back to the original normal system, and you'll see that the enemy can be very low level. It will be very easy for you to navigate through the tile set again and again to farm. And it will also help you in terms of taking down the tax collector, or whatever that calls, the fellow who dropped the coin. However, these are long missions, so if you have viable weapons, the better or easier option is Pluto, Hydra. Just do a normal capture mission with level 30-ish enemies. They are not that hard to take down at level 30. Once you spawn into the map, always take note of your surrounding. Look at your mini-map. Right, try to recognize where is the location of the golden hands. In many cases, the golden hand appears at the beginning of the mission. You usually don't want to waste your time come back just to look for the hand. So while you're on your way out, take note of where the hand is located. Do your mission as in the capture mission, then only come back. See, as I expected, a half-cooked Tetra can take down the objective. One other reason why I take Sarin is because of how easy she is to take down the enemies. Because before you enter the Granum Void, you will be asked to take down enemies, clear the surrounding before you can enter. I was kicking myself for selling off the Tetra Ribbon from random row, but who would guess the junk weapon will become a new weapon. This Sarin build actually has infused with gloom, and gloom, to be frank, helps a lot when you are in the Granum Void. Did I miss the hand? Yeah, there's one. So while no one is around, head in. Previously I thought we need to farm for the coins or the so-called Zenith Granum Crown, but in fact you don't need to worry, or you don't need to have a whole lot of those coins. You just need to go in and come out. When the taxpayer spawn, you can get your taxpayer, kill them, and he'll drop the coin as a refund for you, and you are entering this for free. So once go in, launch your arc gun, cast your gloom, and chain your kill. Generally aim at the direction where they spawn in crowd, let it reload, so it is really not that hard. So my goal has been met, and all you need is just rank 1, and there our Copper's Treasurer has spawned. Continue to use your arc gun to take him down, cast your gloom if you want to make him run slow-mo. I'm out. Okay, get your coin refund. The Treasurer will spawn in the 5 minutes mark, so if you stay in long enough, you get him. Head to your sister spawn. So even if you don't spawn your correct weapon type, you are still good, because there's nothing that you have lost. Not this one. So if it's not this one, make sure you don't just quit. Of course you can quit, but if you quit, you won't get your coin as a reward or refund. Head to extraction, rinse and repeat. You can only do once for the Granum Void entering. So after you've done your 1 round, all these hands will be turned around and you can't enter anymore. So you have to extract and restart. Repeating it on the Pluto capture mission, Hydra. Once you spawn again, take note of the golden hand. That's where you want to come back to. Always complete your mission first, because otherwise your objective may run away, and once they run off, you fail your mission. Now you can start looking for your hands, or retrace back your old route to find your hand. So Tetra is a good and viable weapon. I could imagine that they may fix the 0 fallout, but even with the fixing, I think it will still be good. Some say it's ammo hungry, but with the primary Merciless, you are actually doing okay with the double ammo capacity. You of course need the ammo mutations and whatnot, but that's expected for a gun that operates in this mechanism, emptying the whole magazine in one shot. Our treasurer is here. So gloom actually helps a lot in this sister or Kuva Lich farming, not only when you spawn them, but also when you are hunting down the murmur, filling up your gauge as the second stage. I don't see the hands, I may have missed that. Let's hope that near the exit we will get it. We have gotten the coin. This is how things get tricky when you run out of ammo. Oh, I forgot to pick up my coin. This is where things get annoying, when you just can't find the hand. Did they forgot to spawn the hand? Who trace back and no hands? DE, can you explain this? So if you don't get the hand, it's actually faster to just quit the mission and restart than retrace back, as it will waste a lot of time. Usually it spawns at corner like this, the hand. Can't believe it. Yeah, here you are. Since you have killed the treasurer, entering it won't cost you your Granum coin, because you have get refunded from the treasurer, or you will be, depends on where the location this hand is. Prepare for your arc gun spawning, turn on gloom to slow them down, and aim at the general direction where the crowd appears. Let Larkspur do the job for you. Is that easy? No jumping, no hopping, no hiding in the corner. Just shoot. General aim and shoot. Okay, I've hit the mark. Barely. Alright, so since I've done the killing, the sister will spawn. In the normal mission, if the golden hand is located near the initial spawning point, the treasurer will appear in the mid or 1/3 towards the end of your mission extraction point. But now, after this late into the game, I'm not sure how the spawning pattern will look like. May need to retrace back. Like the spawning is not happening. Let's not waste the time. Let's repeat. So when you use the hand towards the end of the extraction point, you get difficulty of spawning your sister. This is why it is important. If you have a hand at your spawning point, always go back to that. It gives ample time for the sisters to spawn, and I may still be wasting time tracing that back to the extraction point, and no spawning may happen. Try to avoid that. Yep, the coin wasted, or should I say time wasted, won't spawn. This is like the second round with no spawn already. So this could be quite a boring process if you have certain weapon type that you aim for. I'd rather spend time killing, collecting murmurs than rerunning this capture mission or whatever mission type that you choose. So for this round, I took a Aka Plasmo Planet version. You can't always get what you want, but whatever comes into, might as well take it, because otherwise it takes another hour just to farm something you want. It took me 1 hour to get to this Aka Plasmo. The rest are, I can probably call it junk. Folks who wonder how I launched my Larkspur so fast, it's no secret, you can do it too. Always make good use of your gear view and your hotkey mapping. I mapped mine to all the function keys, all this, all the way to 12, F12. How you do it? Go into options, key bindings, map to the gear hotkey, and once you're in the mission, just press it. It can be your Arcwing launcher, it can be your care drive, it can be tranquilizer, and of course the arc gun. For the murmur hunting, I will highly recommend do only public matches. Of course, if you have your own squad, go for the squad. Do not ever go solo because it will take triple, quadruple the time. It's not worth it. Time is more valuable than anything else in this game. In fact, the reason why DE created all these contents, all these grindings, is to buy your time. So spend your time wisely, do only public mission, or form a squad of 4 from friends or clanmates. I will use Wukong for the grinding purpose, and again that is a Wukong Gloom build. I'll bring my Cronon as well. Just leave these 2 as is. I think this is good enough for the murmur farming. Nothing else need to change. Once the sister is spawned, you will see this here. You can come in and change or replenish your Requiem. I've seen recommendation of helping with a shortcut in figuring out the correct combination, the mastermind game, using the old Requiem on the first slot. So let's try how fast this can be. Oh, she's trying to show her face. Another city, 26%, no ephemera, blue tinted notes. You need about 2 to 3 rounds of missions to your murmur gauge. I prefer extermination or capture. Survival when you need the long stay to fill the gauge or have the sister or lich spawns for your kill to test out your combination. And yes, when you do your public match, your murmur gauge will fill up according to what your other squad mate has already done in the mission. So free murmur gauge for you. So why would you do it solo? I just don't get it. If you have bad internet, join others instead of hosting it on your own. That's all you need to do. Not enough damage. So 1 hour to spawn the weapon type you want, another 1 hour to open up and kill the sister or your Kuba Lich. So running with the half-cooked Tetra, do I look like I'm short of ammos? I think the straightforward answer is no. Of course you need a full rank 5 primary merciless to make sure you have big enough ammo pool. And those things, the price are dropping if you can afford it. Otherwise, just farm it. I have another video telling this, and the comment below is an even easier way of doing it. So farm it. That will take you some 10 hours of work, at least for me. But I think the outcome is worth it. The moment I come in, my gauge is already 1/3 full. Yup, apart from the city spawning RNG, I think the new flow is friendlier than before, but the spawning still sucks. Now I'm swapping the old location, testing out this one as whether it can be the first one. The good thing about the wool is that it's not consumed until you do the final kill. Make sure you click and check, because in this case, sabotage may not be sabotage for the sister missions. This in turn is a defense mission, and rescue is a exterminate mission. So make sure you check the mission type before you fulfill it. Another one has unlocked another extermination mission hidden under defection. So do check the mission type. Don't dismiss it too easily. And another, oh, I got lucky. This is the second one I gotten. So with that, the second stage is done. Taking down the sister, but she would flee to a railjack mission as indicated just now. Now all we need to do is to go to your railjack maps and look for one that has this marking. Go in. Once you choose the planet that has the marking, you would go into these special missions to take down the sister or the Kuwalich. Yes, the Kuwalich also now takes the same method of taking down, and depends on the number of players you have and the number of turns you got. In this case, I am player 4, so my sister will spawn the 4th. So this guy's in the middle of nowhere is the one with the spawn at in the tile set for that special mission. That's your stage 3. So the red marking, that is the sister for the first player or the host. Help them out to take down. Mine will be at the 4th. No need for any requiem mods. You just kill and decide whether you want to vanish or convert. This is my Groom build with a lower strength, and thus the slowing down effect is not so intense. Yes, you can use your Necromech as well to do the takedown. So multiple means of doing it. Wait for the next marking and we are heading there. I'm wasting ammo. Let's head to that. More house to kill. The half-cooked Tetra does not have enough power to take down a mini-boss like that. Don't fall into the map. Oh no. Third player. The slowdown effect could be higher. But anyhow, we are doing the killing. Come take your sister. Now my turn. Banyana FedEx. The animation is blocking the wording. Like every time. They should move that animation. So after the 4th sister is killed or converted, you still need to wait for the indicator to turn into the exit point. And now people are flying like headless fly. Oh, someone found it. Or is it? So then, time to extract. Having a Wukong helps you extract that much faster than the rest. But you still need to wait for them to come before you can warp back to the railjack. At which point